Hey, buddy, welcome to Frog Stocks. Nothing to say. It's financial advice, entertainment purposes only. Just coming on to do a space call. I'm going to get the PC set up so you guys can hear it. We're just going to talk shop. So, hope you guys enjoy the call. Please like and sub.
Yeah, it was very good. It's so good to see CEOs fighting against naked shorts. Seems like they, smart people, obviously, they have a plan and they're going to work that plan. I think it's up to us next to support them in getting Congress to force the SEC to do their job. But just to let the group know, I've put an order in to sell my AMC shares at $6. I'm just going to dump that. I'll hold on to APE. I still have APE. But, I'd rather put money into one of these other companies where the CEO is fighting for the right thing.
That's it, man. That's right there. If you can't fight for your shareholders and your company, then what's the point of it? Like for last 2 years, we did everything we could, and look where we are still sitting. At least these people are
That's
standing
right.
up.
Yeah.
Jack, I don't blame you at all. I've been preaching for the past month that I'm going full in on APE. I've flipped it a couple times. There's still about a 60% arbitrage gain that could be made on conversion. But the problem is this conversion is going to crush AMC shareholders. Like,
Yes.
in a way that I can't explain, but it makes me sick to my stomach trying to explain it.
Yep. And I appreciate you and others speaking out about HLBZ on Thursday and Friday. I guess Friday I ended up buying some shares after hours, and I bought more this morning. So I'm in at an average of just over 28 cents a share. So I'm very happy with that.
I grabbed more this morning too in that little dip. I'm sitting at like maybe 22 cents now, but I'm glad you got in, man. Sugar called that one, man. He called me up and shilled that stock to me because he's a shill. So.
Hey, come on, man.
I'm up 100% though, so whatever.
I gotta give this HLBZ. I have to give credit to Lurkin because I asked Lurkin. I said, "Can you look into it?" And then he looked into it and he was like, yeah. And I talked to him.
Oh.
Then that's when I talked to you. I was like, yo, this thing. And then I realized that their CEO is really fighting the fight. And I was like, man, like Jack said, like all these CEOs, those who are standing up for their companies and fighting,
Hey everybody, what's going on?
people need to support them. Like we did everything for Aron, and we supported his company with everything. And he's gone so quiet. Like at least he could just say, like even that HYMC lady, what's her name? Even she's
Diane.
Yeah, she tweeted. So if she can tweet, I mean, there is no excuse. Aron can have to be so quiet.
Price gap for arbitrage is still there. I would like to see her, and I think she might join this naked short war because Eric Sprott is a very big person against naked short selling, and I'm kicking myself in the face right now. The SPY just started dumping. I closed my SPY put way too early. I'm crying the blues right now, man. But if Diane Garrett and Eric Sprott got involved on this, that would be huge. Sprott is a powerhouse. That could, if Diane Garrett hired Share Intel right now, talked to Wes Christen and announced it and teamed up with these guys, Highcroft to go over $1.
That's expected.
All
we
these
all know
stocks that are with Share
Here's
Intel,
the big problem.
every single one of them is run almost 100% on announcement.
Down to $3
PJ, I'm
gonna
gonna get back to you, but I just want to give shout out to Busy, man. I went in your community. I should say it's my community now.
Aron just sold
And
hundreds of millions of new AMC shares
the warmth you guys
under
show
$1.
to people. It's
What
like
is to
when we
stop
started,
them
all this
from
with
post-conversion
Tara and,
when AMC's at
Spence and
$3
PJ
from using
almost
those new
2 years
shares
ago.
to
It
short this thing
reminds
down
you
to
what we all
$1.90.
came here for. Our MMTLP community, man, it's one of the most loving and caring communities. I have seen how people were going out of the ways to help each other, with the GoFundMe. It just warms your heart, man. Thank you for that.
200%.
No problem, Sugar. But ladies first, right?
Yep.
Play. Go ahead. You have the mic.
PJ.
Thank you, Busy. And I echo Sugar's sentiment. I was in a space call, I guess it was over the weekend. Really brilliant, very smart stuff being spoken about, and I really like that. So that said, you guys just forget about Adam Aron tweeting anything about naked shorts or about CEO block. It's not going to happen. So we can cry and cry, we could just beg and beg for him to say something, and it's not going to happen. One, because then he would prove himself a liar for saying that there weren't any, and then that and then if he tweets that they, that he's behind CEO block, everybody would think that there was naked shorts. So that said, I think we should focus more on bringing his attention to the other CEOs. Every time I retweet or I tweet a Roger Hamilton or the HLBZ CEO, I always include Adam Aron, so he knows what everybody is doing to take a stand against the shorts, the abusive shorts. And I'm trying really hard to get in touch with the Acquimoto CEO. So I think the more CEOs we have that we could reach out to of these businesses just to make them aware of CEO block, the better we would be, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Every stock that is hiring Share Intel right now is running 50 to 100%. And I'm so proud of this community, these AMC shareholders in this room. We held endless space calls, especially Jack, about getting the Share Intel letters to Adam Aron. And when we did the big letter push and Jack went up to Adam Aron and showed him the letter and asked him if they were going to hire Share Intel, guess what? Adam Aron said no. Now look what's happening. CEO block, Share Intel everywhere. Everything's popping. SEC protest. We were right. The AMC influencers and people who are attacking us and attacking me nonstop, we set the course for this stuff to take the right path forward. Then Marine came around. We had Al, who's always been right on with it. Froggy, who's always been right on with it. And we pushed as real investors, responsible investors, for Adam Aron to do the right thing, and he denied it. So we are now sitting here once again in the right. We weren't a bunch of children out there trying to pump AMC like, oh, rah, rah, rah. For the past 7 months, we have been doing nothing but criticizing Adam Aron, trying to get him to do the right thing. And I see Naked Truth just popped up in here too. Their website is why we got to do all of this. I would have had to go do endless DD. Nakedtruth.info has everything you need to know about Share Intel, writing your CEO letters. So big props to them. This is all coming together finally for the market fight, not the stock pump, the market fight. And all the right people are in the room, especially Busy, man. Busy be doing work over there with the MMTLP and hosting calls and just streaming like crazy. It's awesome what's going on. I'm pumped, if you guys can't tell.
Thank you, Spence. Hey, I try to do my best to try to bring in the communities together. I know that Sugar, he says that he wants to be part of the family. I already said that you're 100% part of the family. So are you, Spence. I always said that not everybody's gonna agree with each other, but that doesn't mean that we cannot be friends, right? Also, there was some stuff going around that you Spence that like to short this, and I basically came to your defense. At the end of the day, we're all here to make money. You cannot tell the other person how to make money and put food on the table for their family. If Spence is gonna go ahead and do a trade, why are we gonna get on him for either shorting a stock or putting puts or going long? Who cares? We're all
I
here.
mean,
The
I'm,
stock market is to make money.
I told everybody my trades out in the open all week this week. People who got in on HLBZ, thanks to Sugar telling me posting that, and you guys in MMTLP. And I just posted SPY puts, the SPY's tanking. I made 15K today because I wasn't worried about Aaron trying to screw my investment portfolio over. But if Aaron is going to reverse split AMC at its all-time low after conversion, he's purposely stealing money from his retail investors, and they're going to short it again. And it could go from 50 back down to 10. If I see that, I'm buying puts to get my money back because that CEO is doing specific things to hurt his retail investors. Now, if you're one of the, I'm only ever going to go long AMC because this and that, we already saved the company. The company's not going bankrupt. Make your money back, put food on the table, make a better life for your families. Don't sit there and continuously lose your money to this guy. Sorry, Busy man. I got pumped again. I'm gonna go quiet here.
Listen, I'm up for anybody making money. At the end of the day, this is what this market is all about. But I understand that sometimes we're being robbed by the other side. So why are we going to continue to sit by and just hodl and get robbed? I mean, it can't stand for like I'm in with HLBZ and I'm making money, right? So
it's up to 41 cents right now. So yeah.
I caught it at 29. I said, fuck it, I'm gonna take a dive into it. So listen, at the end of the day, everybody just needs to unite and come together and make money.
Be,
I
and,
think
and and Busy, you will not believe how much we tried. I don't know if you know Mark, but Mark came literally. He bought 60,000 shares back in 2021, and he came to help us because he knew we were wrong by the we were done. And that man has a lot of connections and he has a lot of experience. And for somebody like that to come and help us, like we did everything. Like if
he saved a ton of people a massive bag.
yeah.
People who got out when he was getting out saved a ton of money. And there's still people out there in the community that will say that they don't support Mark or T0 just because they got scolded on a space call like a child. Mark saved a lot of people a lot of money.
and for the record, I don't know if you guys remember, I think you do, Spence. On one of the space calls with Tara, I said, "Hey, Mark, are you shorting AMC?" And he flipped out on me.
He never shorted. And
Dude, he flipped out on me a couple times too. He blocked me like 3 times. So
Busy the other day, one day I had a call with him. He don't want to do the calls and anything. So I have a lot of respect for Mark, and I am proud to call him a friend. And he did a call, and he could have easily made 10 to 20 million dollars shorting AMC easily, but he never did because of just about the moral thing. Because he regards some of us like good friends, and he's like, no, I will not do it, and he never did it. And
But okay, you know what it is? A lot of these people that let's just say they're on top of the food chain or have a big following or just multimillionaires, they don't want the toxicity coming into a space giving their opinion, and all of a sudden everybody's blasting them because they're not going along with his opinions, or maybe he said something that is true and people didn't like it, and all of a sudden he's getting the backlash for it. So, and that's what's disappointing. If somebody's going to invite one of a guest into the space call, and he cannot always say everything that you want to hear. So we all have differences of opinion, and this is why. Do you see me go out and blast the 1-8 radio? I didn't, because I I can't control what other people do. But that's just the kind of person I am. Now, if they piss me off, then maybe I'll send out a tweet. But I try to cool it down and just try to accept and try to change their minds, like a civil way. But sometimes the civil way doesn't work, and let bygones be bygones. And sometimes you have to take a different route. But in regards of guests, you can't control everything that they say on some of these space calls. And some people may get upset at you that you brought that guest in, but they're entitled to their opinions, and that's just the way I host the call center.
Go ahead, Sugar.
No, go ahead.
The crazy thing is people will come to me and they'll be like, I can't believe Spence said that. I can't believe Spence is doing this or that. I get on every day and I do me and I tell the truth and I don't hide what I'm doing, because if you're telling somebody you're doing one thing and then you're doing another, that's fraud. So when I say I'm getting out of APE, or I don't like what Aron's doing, or, I do like what APE is doing, or this stock or that stock, or I don't like the market, I tell the truth, and my following gets hit every so often by the AMC community. Someone will come out and try to cancel me, and APE Radio has been guilty of it worse than anybody. They have said such ridiculous false statements about me that I've collected over time and saved, because I think they are going to be one of the biggest problems in the retail community, not just AMC. But that aside, people don't get why my following keeps growing. It's because I'll get canceled, but I'm telling the truth. And then every earnings call, Aron comes out and says exactly what we said was going to happen, and people are blown away. So then I get all my followers back. But I don't lie to continue my following. The followers are important to me, but not because of the number I get. It's because those are real people that have money in the game, that have kids and families. So I think the people that are cheerleading, like APE Radio, are just as dangerous as a naked short seller, because they will pump people's minds into thinking this thing is going to still go to $100, and they will be the biggest bag holders in history. Now, I'm coming out and saying this conversion, and I did the math. He's going to convert 800 million APE into a float of 516 million AMC. So you're going to take like a 1.25x price drop just on a conversion. But then you got to remember the short sellers that he sold those APE shares to at under 60 cents now have hundreds of millions of new AMC shares in the green. They can come and short those two and put AMC sub $2 right after conversion if they want. So people need to really, really prepare for this and take a step back and sit down and look at the DD and the info being put out and read the 8Ks and see what's going on. So, and good luck to you if you're holding your AMC through this. Good luck to you.
We got Natasha and Zen Zero. Natasha, please go ahead, unmute your mic. And
thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of things to say. So,
sure.
One, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, thanks.
Loud and clear.
One, I was one of the earliest people to point out that I just feel like everybody capped for AA because he went on Trace. I feel like if AA had never gone on Trace trades, people wouldn't be capping for him like they have been. And I was one of the first people that reminded people every time they said, oh, he's the CEO, his job is to run the company, that he was also the, chairman of the board. And that as chairman of the board, his job is to protect our investment as well. And if he can't do them both, then he should give up one of them, right? And I took a lot of heat for that. And it bothers me to see so many people get their money taken, including myself, right? Because I was an investor as well, and defend this person all because he went on Trace trades. And it's mind-boggling. I don't know about you guys, but my grandmother always told me, ignore everything a person says and watch what they do, and that will tell you everything you need to know about that person.
Well said, Natasha, well said. And Natasha, that's the thing. Like you cannot go into any of these calls and ask a simple question like, why did Aron sold hundreds of millions of shares for 66 cents to Antara, who's probably one of the biggest shorters of AMC. Like, you just cannot ask a simple question and you will be kicked out and blocked. The whole reason I do these calls is because I want people to have a voice. I'm not here for clout or anything. You know, I have a lot of respect for retail investors, but I want people to have a voice who are, you know, afraid or, you know, that scared that they will be kicked out. You come here, say how you feel, even if I don't like it, as long as you're respectful, I'll be respectful to you. That's the whole reason of doing these calls. Busy, go ahead, brother. Natasha, go ahead. If you had something to say, my dear, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I was going to say is, you know, I see all of these people still capping for this person and, you know, voting against their interests. And it boggles my mind. And every time I say something on my Twitter, and I don't have a big following and I don't care, I join to be able to join these space calls. But like every time I say something, I'm called a shill, I'm called this. But if shareholders can't hold their CEO accountable, then damn it, who the hell can? And I just wish that people would wake up and hold their CEO accountable for what's happening to their investments.
You hit it right on the nail, and that's exactly what I was going to talk about, Natasha. Listen, you are a shareholder. You are the owner of the company, and I said this on one of the spaces yesterday. We have every single right to call out our CEO if you feel that he's not working on your behalf, plain and simple. But let me tell you this: Adam Aron is going to have a lot of pressure on him in the next few days. All of these CEOs, and there's many of them, and I think I was listening to Roger Hamilton. There's about 115, 112 CEOs that are coming forward because at the end of the day, they're saying enough is enough. And Adam Aron is going to have a lot of pressure on him to come out against the naked shorts because he has had plenty of time, right? And we've been crying to him and saying, hey, this is what's going on. And he has come out saying, I see no evidence of naked shorting. Well, let me tell you something, sir. Why haven't you hired a company? If we're so concerned, why haven't you hired a company and put out the receipts out there and say, listen, I heard your cries. Here you go. This is what I did for you. And this is like a trust me, bro. Well, I mean, we're supposed to be trusting Adam Aron to come and tell us, trust me, I see no naked shorts. No, hire a company. Hire a company.
Wes Christian said he would cover the upfront cost, the $37K, to get share intel in there too, and he still turned it down.
So at the end of the day, Spencer and Natasha, if you're a shareholder, you are the owner of the company. I don't care if you have one share of the company. You are a shareholder. You are owner of that company, and you should have every single right to question your CEO. And if they call you a shill or a FUD, well, then they don't understand what investing is about.
Well said, Busy. Thank you, my friend. PJ, then I'll come to you, Miss Harris.
Natasha, I completely agree 100% with your sentiment. And, you know, sometimes I'm a very even person, but then sometimes when I get poked by this group of people, I remember that they're acting in such a way that I'm losing money because of them, and I go crazy. And forgive me if any of you have seen me go nuts, but that's how I feel at this point. It's like your ignorance and your ways are affecting my bottom line, and I don't like that. And secondly, it's over a year ago that I contacted Share Intel after I had been emailing the board of directors, Adam Aron. I hit him up every single way that I possibly was able to, and I never heard back. When I lamented to Share Intel, that's when they told me that they had contacted him multiple times and they never called him back. I was then told that if they were able to investigate the tape, and I know many of you heard me say this, Busy, I don't believe you have. If Share Intel was allowed to investigate the tape, it would F the minds, the psyches. It would screw the psyches of Americans for generations to come if we knew what was actually going on. And so this is absolutely huge. And we're pushing for the truth. If we have to burn it down to start it over for the next generation, then that's what we have to do. I'm ready for it because this is my third rodeo with these creeps like this. And they got me in the beginning of my career, and they're getting me as I'm about to retire, or as I had planned on being a young retiree. And I will not have this again. I am ready to go, and we're fighting against these people. I don't want to be fighting against, Joe AMC, who is cheerleading the devil, in my opinion. So it's hard. And I hope that there is some bridge, and I hope that some of these folks, one, learn something while they're here, and two, begin to understand what's happening to them, because Aron kowtows to them. He thinks that his shareholders are them, and he's getting a very rude awakening with this group right here.
Thank you, PJ. Ms. Harris, go ahead, please.
Thank you for coming. Hey, everyone. This is for Spence. This is from Steve Moss down in the chat. He says, hold on, Spence, let me read it. From Steve Moss, he says, if APE price is more than AMC at conversion, will APE price drop to AMC level, if you know what I mean?
Yes. If APE is worth more, say AMC's what, like 580 right now or whatever. If APE somehow magically went up to 580, you better take profit before conversion immediately, because you're going to get cut pretty much in half or less. You're still going to get cut. If APE was worth more than AMC and it converted, it would actually help reduce the price drop a little bit at conversion, but I would take profits before that, because once APE is converted, all those short sellers Aron sold those shares to now have a huge pot of AMC shares legally that are in the money for them to short. So you will probably most likely not see APE catch up to AMC before the conversion. I'm guessing we're probably going to see $2 and $6, and then your arbitrage gap at conversion can make you profit. But me personally, once it's converted, I would sell it immediately. I would not wait and sit around to see if they're going to short this thing down to $1.90, because you got to remember, the short sellers that we pinched were in this at $1.90, right? $1.90 to $10. So if they come in with these fresh new AMC shares converted from APE, they bought at 66 cents. They can short this down to $1.90. They can cover, and then you'll see a little bit of a price run. But then you got a reverse split coming too. So highly suggest. Well, I'm not even going to suggest it. This is what I would do. I sold today at $1.90. The conversion gap got too close for my personal taste. I took my profit, and if I see APE come back down to $1.50, maybe I'll buy more. But as long as APE and AMC are spread apart by at least a 200% price difference, then your arbitrage opportunity is still going to be good. So I'm, like I said, I'm super worried these clowns are going to reshort this thing as soon as it's converted, and they'll take it from $3 down to $1.90. And then you're going to see nothing but FUD articles on the internet. Rich Lightshed's going to be talking crap. Credit Suisse will be talking crap. Gasparino trying to scare everybody out of the play at that point before the price comes back up, say $5 to $7. So it's going to be the most crooked, corrupt thing I've ever seen in the stock market when this happens. It's going to be disgusting.
Spence, we got a question from from Thomas. He's asking any timeline for GNS and HLBZ dividend. You have looked into it?
I haven't even heard about a dividend. That's news to me.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it either. So I don't know if he has. Thomas, if you have any article or anything, just send me a DM or put it up there, because I didn't even know that there was a they're coming out with the dividend.
I hope they do a 1-to-1.
You have to buy your shares by the 25th to get the dividend. I remember that. I'll find it for you, Sugar.
Okay.
Is it going to be a stock dividend or a cash dividend?
Let me find what that guy, the helmet, the guy who speaks kind of like with an accent. He's the one who said it. So let me go back and look and see what he said.
I'll have to confirm that. I hope it's a T0 security token.
Are we talking about HLBZ?
Yes.
Yep.
And GNS.
Because it's ripping.
I know. I'm sitting here watching it, man. Dude, I'm up 120%.
See, that's what happens, when people fight for their companies. And I really hope at least Diane should come up. I don't know about Adam. I don't think, like PJ says, Aron doesn't have any interest in fighting anything, man. He's waiting for his retirement. He's at that age where he's not gonna fight. But I hope Diane, if she really wants to save her company with all this, she has to join the people, not just tweet it.
I guarantee you, when Aron gets cornered here, he's just going to walk away. And everybody's going to go, he's going to leave the credit card on the table. The popcorn will hit the shelves, and then he'll get cornered by the CEO block stuff and the naked short fight, and he'll retire.
And one thing, people, those who say I bash Aron, I have only seen that his actions have proved us wrong every time, over and over again. And I hope he can prove me wrong. I'll be the first one. I'll apologize and openly, like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong about you. But unless, we see those actions, like Pounce or Checkmate or Crow Soup or you, the new one I ride with you, we have to see the actions, man. The words, we had enough of the words for 2 years. It's just...
He sold APE shares that were forced on us to an AMC short seller who was long the bonds under $1 weeks after he told us that APE was a precious resource.
Yep.
You can't make it up. I've never seen any CEO do something like that.
Yeah. Busy, go ahead, brother.
Sugar, you don't have to apologize, brother. Just look at all of these CEOs that are coming out. They're young, unknown CEOs, and nothing has prevented them to come together with their shareholders on the space calls, gather together and come on in and have a chat to hear their shareholders. Look at Roger Hamilton. He's done Roger Hamilton has came in, I believe, like 3 times into our space calls, and we're at MMTLP. I mean, why couldn't Aron and say, you know what? I think he'll break the internet. Imagine if he will just come in here and shoot the shit with some shareholders. How much respect would he get out of that?
Exactly.
He would literally break Twitter if he would come in. And for me, I think that he owes us something like that.
Yep, he does. Spence and Natasha. Spence, you want to be a co-host? But I don't know. I'm driving, so you might want to be.
Yeah, bring me up. Natasha can go first, and then I got to answer a question on YouTube after Natasha's done.
Okay. I'm driving, so I got to have somebody here. Natasha, go ahead, my dear.
Oh, sorry. I have to run soon. Yeah, I agree with you, Busy. I mean, to me, Aron is everything about an establishment, like games player that I've ever seen. I mean, I was telling people back in June of 2021 that he came from Apollo, and I worked for a company that was bought out by Apollo and promptly was put into bankruptcy. And he went straight from Apollo to AMC. Apollo is short, Mudrick was short, and he sold AMC shares to Mudrick. When we wouldn't give him any more shares, he launched APE behind our back. We didn't get a chance to vote for APE. And nobody can answer my question of why does he need more shares when he had 1 billion shares of APE up front and he has 4 more billion in the bank that he can go to? Why doesn't he reverse split APE? Why doesn't he sell APE? Like, why does he need more AMC shares specifically? And the other thing that I think is very telling is when I came and I switched over from Clubhouse to Space Calls, and there was a bunch of shills that switched over to Clubhouse as well. And I remember Mark arguing with a couple of them on one of these Space Calls. They don't bother to come anymore. You know why? Because they got what they needed. Aron gave them everything they needed. They don't need us. They don't need to convince us anymore. to convince us to sell and do XYZ. Aron doing APE gave everything that they needed. It was all in the bank when he did that. They knew that they were good.
Natasha is the truth, man. That's you nailed it from day one. And I hate to say that even me back, 1.5, 2 years ago, I wanted this thing to win so bad that I called out.
Is someone speaking now? I can't hear anything.
Yep. It must be Diva's phone. I think her phone has issues.
Miss
I called
Harris,
out
you might have to, Miss Harris, you might have to drop because we can hear them clearly.
I called out Steve Colanero years ago and I got my head ripped off. So I backed off, and then Aron started talking about doing these catalysts and all this good news and this and that. It's like, okay, this sounds good. Maybe he's on the right path. And just day after day, he screwed us over. Me, Tara, PJ, the big space calls that we had, she brought in Mark with the T0 plan. As soon as he tweeted against that at like 4 a.m. on an unofficial tweet, but he was doing official company business, the stock just crushed after that, every day after that. So, coming up out of this and hearing Natasha speak and knowing Mark saved a lot of people, a lot of loss in this and everything, there's some people that should be really, really proud of themselves. Natasha, you're one of them. And real quick, guys, please share the call and comment in the call section so this can get spread out, because what is being said is so important and truthful. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Miss Harris, PJ, I'll come to you, but T-Dog and Krusty's here. Krusty, I'm gonna let them speak too. Hey, thanks guys for coming. How you guys doing?
What's going on today, Mr. Sugar Bud?
Hey man, we live in the dream.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, Spence, you still swinging this HLBZ or what?
I'm in it and I'm actively watching it just tap 48 cents right now. I called today in the morning. I said 50 cents is possible this is a resistance level. So watch it close. If it tags 50 cents, it might drop a little right before market close, but I'm waiting to see if it pops and breaks 50 cents after hours.
Yeah, I was going to, so I had originally I had a limit order to sell it at 48 cents. And I fucking seen how it was running. I just canceled it now, and I'm going to wait and swing it through after hours here, see what happens.
I don't feel like I'm being greedy yet. I don't have that gut feeling that I feel like I'm being greedy. I think it's got more room.
I think so, too. I wouldn't doubt this thing fucking keeps going for a few days here.
Kirsty, Miss Harris dropped. Okay, let's not. She don't like swearing. That's why I don't swear.
Sorry.
She'll come back. She don't. That she tries to keep me in check too. I used to, and I'm glad she's here because she keeps me in check too. T-Dog, how are you, brother?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
We here, man. We're fighting the fight.
Hey, Spence, it's not 50 cents. It's 50 cents we're looking for.
50 cents. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? I have a new rule. If I get a stock that runs 100% in less than like 24 hours of trading, I sell my premium out. So I did dump half, like I said, but still holding half.
You know what? I'm doing that right now. That's my rule too, and Sugar's got me in here all messed up because he's shilling all this stuff, so I better go do that right now.
It's hard not to when it's running like this. I sold half mine at 42, but we all been bag holding some stuff before, so it's nice to just play with house money.
PJ? Hello? PJ?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to tell you real quick. I just tweeted it out because I have to go to another call, that HLBZ has never issued a dividend in the 2 years that they've been public, and it doesn't seem like there's any news that says that they will. So just be careful about that, okay?
I was listening when someone talked about that. I only saw GNS was talking about possibly a special dividend. That's the only company I know of these ones running that I've heard them saying to anyone, the CEO saying about a dividend. HLBZ is just kind of following along. I'm not, none of these I am thinking long term, man. These are just get in, make some money, and get out.
HLBZ did sell out all their pre-orders for their product, though, their new Wheels one. But I haven't done enough DD on the company to say, yeah, this is like a super good, this is like a fundamental play. But right now, and there goes it, it's tapping 48, it's coming back down. I think it's going to come back down a little bit before market close. And then after hours, you're going to see action because these stocks don't have options. When they hit this after hours stuff, they pump hard because there's no halts. You don't catch these halts after hours. So,
did you see that INBS go today?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I saw it, man.
INBS, man, dude, the thing it was 465% it ran. Unbelievable.
Is that a company involved with the naked short war?
I have no idea. I just seen this mini trades guy I follow. He put it out there this morning there, and I was looking at it, and I've opened it up, and I was like, wow. And it went from a 26 cents it closed at on Friday, and it was $1.45 or $1.46, man.
These short sellers are starting to clear some of their books because the market's flipping back long. The market's getting a little bullish, right? Might be a bull rally and a bear market. But with the pressure that these CEOs are putting on them at this time right now, it's perfect timing because they could literally, they're creating these new FOMO events, and these shorts are going to get trapped in their bad short books while the market's turning bullish, and it's going to destroy them.
I sure wish Aron would be listening to some of these calls, hearing all this shit, because that's what he needs to do.
He's listening.
Like, if you were talking about this pounce, now's the time to pounce, man. Like, unbelievable.
Ms. Harris, you can, Ali, go ahead. Please.
Hi. Hi.
Go ahead, please.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this space call. So informative. I've been in AMC for a long time, since the beginning, like everyone, in January 2021. Very excited. Only recently I've discovered you guys. I was under the, the Kool-Aid everyone was taking. So I think, so I want to get out of it. I want to get out of AMC. I want to buy APE. I listen to Spence very much, YouTube. I'm following you very closely, and T-Dog. But I missed the opportunity today. I wanted to sell at 6 AMC and buy APE 162, 172. I have a very high cost average on both of them. So I don't know. Do you think he's going to get back to? I know you sold, Spence. You tweeted that you sold everything. So there's nothing. There's nothing I can do. I have to wait.
Yep. I personally, this is just me. Mm-hmm. I would not hold any AMC in through to conversion.
Right. So I'm waiting for something like I can down average APE. Sell AMC kind of decently, like at least 6, and then buy APE. But a 180, 182 APE, it's too much.
If I see APE come back down to $1.50,
yeah,
I might buy some more back in and play the arbitrage gap.
Me too.
But if you're gonna hold AMC specifically through conversion, and there was somebody, and this is important, there was a question on YouTube, and it's from David Newberry, and he said, Spence, AMC once converted with APE float, roughly 1.3 billion. Surely they will just add APE at $1.80 to $5.60 to get $6.40. That is not what's going to happen. That's not how it happens. There's more APE than there is AMC, and what's going to happen when it's converted, you're going to see AMC total come down in price.
Yeah. So I have to get out of AMC, like a little bit of improvement on price. I'm just going to sell.
Yep,
and I'm going to be down, down later on when it drops.
That's just it. You got to, this arbitrage play, I've laid out several scenarios on video for everyone to see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Today, the arbitrage gap closed just enough to where it was only about a 60% that I would have got. So I sold, and I said the market was too hot today. And there's a lot of stuff going on with this naked short war. I think Aron is going to end up getting pinched. This conversion is going to be forced through really quick pretty soon. I'm not going to hold any AMC. What I'm going to do, I've made enough on APE. I'm going to wait for conversion. And then I'm going to wait and see what the price is after conversion. If AMC is down to like 250 post conversion, I'm going to buy call options out for the next 3 months, like $3, $4 strike call options. Because when the shorts do start to try to cover that, say even if they take it to $1.90 and they cover, then AMC could see $7 to $10 again.
Yeah.
And then I'll be completely positive on my AMC play over the past 2 years.
Right. I have just thinking, I have PTSD thinking I'm going to sell AMC for some reason. We all got conditioned to hold those things.
We were conditioned.
Yes. Conditioned to hold it, and I'm holding it.
Alex, thank you really for coming up and speaking. You're always welcome. You know, we let everybody, you know, give a voice, whether we agree with you or not. But you're always welcome here to, you know, speak your mind and heart.
Yes, thank you for your help and all your, you know, information. Have a good day.
You're very welcome. Stick around if you want to stay. Just stick around. Miss Harris, you can come up. We'll try to like not swear. I forget. You know, I forget sometimes that you are in the. Like my mother is in the call, so I'll be.
It was a bomber flying over, just dropping F-bombs, man. It was bad.
But you know, I want to see the questions in the chat too. People like in the YouTube. Miss Harris, thank you.
Yeah, that's where I stand. If I see APE at $1.50, I'm gonna buy more, play the arbitrage, sell, and then wait and see what happens. If it doesn't drop any lower than where it's at now, I'm gonna go through conversion with no shares, and I'm gonna see where the price drops after conversion, and possibly buy calls to make more money on the upside. Adam Aron's reverse split is gonna destroy people though. This conversion, if you're only holding AMC and it converts, you're gonna lose money. Now, the thing is, this strategy that I've done has worked, but it's all dependent on the conversion passing. If the conversion doesn't pass, that strategy's out the window immediately and it's back to the drawing board. You have to be quick and on your toes with this. If you're just going to go to work and forget about the stock all day when this happens, you're going to miss an event. So if you're in this play and you're trying to fix your bags, you got to be dedicated to understanding the APE conversion, and you have to be dedicated to having the ability to be able to buy and sell, you know, within a 10-second time frame on some type of peripheral. So this is Adam Aron draining money out of retail to get us out of the play so that institutions take control back of AMC and he can shop it out to the 401ks and the hedge funds and the pension funds. That's all this is. That's all he's doing.
And you know, one thing, since people are here, you know, please, if you can, and when you get a chance, check the MMTLP community. Really good people, you know, you'll feel really good. Just going in their calls, listening to them, and you know, you'll feel like you're like what these calls used to be 18 months or 2 years ago. You know, you're really welcoming and you know, very good people. So, you know, try it if you get a chance. Miss Busy, go ahead, and then we'll go to Miss Harris if she has questions.
Hey, Sugar. Hey, Spence. Sorry to step in here. Thank you for inviting me. We have a space call over at NTLP, so I got to attend to. So I'll be back if you guys are still on after that. Thank you for having me.
You're always welcome, brother. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, I'll bounce over too when we get off of here. I'm sure this probably isn't going to go too long here, so we'll make an appearance, man.
Yep. Miss Harris, do we have any questions?
No, I don't see any questions yet, Sugar.
Okay.
So I'll tell you, this thing with Adam Aron, if he doesn't make some kind of statement soon, I mean, I'm already completely convinced he is absolutely trying to force us out of the play. I don't think he liked the apes at all. I don't think he was happy when we denied the dilution he wanted to do at 30. I think he was upset when we denied the pay increases, and that we were pushing so hard every day to try to get him to get these catalysts out, which always seem to come out late. He always seems to fail to strike when the iron's hot. The AMC merch came out a year late. So he's either got to make a statement here and be like, look, there's something going on. I'm looking out for my retail shareholders. It doesn't seem like it, but I am. or he's just admitting completely that he is selling us out, which is what it feels like to me.
That's the least he can do, Spence. That's the least he can do after all the money him and his board made. They can at least say, you know, but I doubt it. You know, I'm at that point, man, where I just have to, you know, make my money and, you know, get out. Because if he's not fighting for the shareholders and his company and he's just going to profit on himself and enrich his board, well, I don't want to be part of it. I'd rather be a part of companies like MMTLP. Those, at least they're fighting the fight. They want to get things done, you know. They want to go to the bottom.
The fight for market fairness is more important than the stock squeezing to me.
But
so Adam Aron's, he's diffused.
I see that all these people bashing the Marine for setting up this Occupy the Wall Street protest. People are freaking out and saying he's an idiot for doing all this and stuff. I'm thinking,
I think he's great.
I think it's about time, dude.
Exactly.
It's like a year too late.
Exactly.
Man, and I cannot believe people are against that. They're like,
and how many people fought at us for 2 years every time the topic came up? And Marine, you know, some of the stuff he did in the past when David and Goliath was around, I don't completely agree with, and we were at odds with each other, but we kept channels open, and he has completely flipped. He's out there for the community. He's working with CEO Block, and this SEC protest is just going to be the start. When people see how successful this is and the impact it's going to make, that's going to be huge.
Yep.
The guys that don't want this in APE radio, this is just ridiculous. Yep. They didn't want T0. Mark was right. They didn't want the protest now, and it's been 2 years without a protest. We're the only ones not protesting.
What blows me away is that I went on, I opened it up this morning. I have to go through the browser because they all got me blocked. I opened up in there and it was hedgy on, it's all Market Monday. Like he's giving market advice of how the market's going to run on a Monday. Oh my good Lord, man. Anybody taking financial advice from those guys they're in serious trouble.
Yep. Hey, we got we got DVB93. Go ahead, please.
Hey, how you guys doing? This is actually my first time talking in a space. I've done a lot of listening. I created a Twitter just to follow and join in on these spaces, and I do a lot of listening. I think a lot of people have forgotten like the fundamental aspect of AMC, like compared to Genius and a lot of the other stocks and the CEOs that are coming out and talking right now. AMC is in a completely different fundamental aspect than all these other companies. I'm not vouching for Adam Aron. I got in this play to make money. I got in this play for a squeeze. I feel like Adam Aron turned us all into long-term shareholders. And just looking at the work that he's done over the past 2 years, is, you know, everybody's like kind of waiting for this thing to happen like right away. And I was part of that boat too, but there's a lot of fundamentals that's changed about AMC. It's no longer like just a movie theater. Like he's invested in the gold mine. He's created 2 new sources of income, which is the credit card, the popcorn, and he also created the streaming as well. And with the streaming, if they get into making movies like Netflix and Hulu and all these other companies, that also will change the fundamentals of AMC itself. So I'm just curious about what you guys think about that. I do want, yeah.
It's all speculative, man. It's
not just that though, too. So fundamentally speaking, AMC, like if you wanted to hold this stock and just shut your portfolio and open it back up in 2-3 years and put your money to sleep, you might open it up in 2-3 years and it might be a $20 stock again when the market bounces back. Like for anybody who has a crazy average, like I got some at a $10 average and I got some at $25 average in a different account. Like those ones, I'm just putting them to sleep. Like I don't need the money. Just let it sit there and just wait. I'm not going to sell it and take the loss. But on these other ones, I'm selling the other shit and I'm jumping in on these plays to make as much as I can back from it. Like you get into some of these plays where they run 100% in one day. Like it won't be long before you can recoup some of those losses.
I'll tell you, I love the credit card and I love the popcorn, and I think it's great new revenue streams for AMC. But the problem is, even with these catalysts and the fundamentals of the company improving, Aron is devaluing his retail shareholders by an amount that is unheard of. The stock could literally be 250 after conversion. And if the short sellers decide to be violent, they could take it even lower. And then he's going to reverse split you. So your new cost average is going to be something you'll never be able to get out of. If you hold AMC at $20, if you hold AMC at $20 a share cost average right now, and you only hold AMC, when this is all done, you'll never get out.
Spence, I definitely.
No, it'll never go back to $200. There's no way.
I definitely understand what you're saying. The thing about a lot of retail, which I noticed, a lot of people have grown a lot during COVID, and a lot more traders have started trading during COVID. I'm actually one of them. And at first, when I first got into the market, I didn't know anything about contracts. And over the course of time, like I learned about contracts and options, and I played some of the ups and downs with AMC with the contracts. I won, I lost sometimes. But overall, I think this play is changed. It's no longer just a $30 movie stock. Like the debt is really, really bad. Like most companies are in debt. We know this already. America's built up on debt, but the debt that AMC has, like they literally bought all these movie theaters right before COVID started, and half of the movies they bought weren't even in good areas. So AMC was on a whole different dynamic. Like COVID completely changed the game. So just looking at it from like a full perspective, like I'm currently down. Like I got in at $8, and I kept on buying in, and then when I thought the squeeze was gonna happen, I got caught up in the hype, and I made a big dump. And I was fortunate enough to be able to dollar cost average. So I currently hold some of my shares of AMC, and I never sold my APE. And then I kind of left everything alone when everything was going down. And as soon as APE went down to like 67, I started buying. So now I hold more APE than I do AMC. And what I'm just saying is that is I think fundamentally it's like, how do you value Amazon, or how do you value Google? They're doing more than one thing. Like and AMC is now in the gold mine. They got the credit cards coming out. They got the popcorn. They got the credit cards. As a CEO, I can't even imagine the pressure that he's under. Like, I'm not defending him by any means, because I do feel like he should speak to us more. But there's so many retailers that are here at so many different prices, and the whole divide and conquer concept, I think that's still going on, where we like, even when you look at
honestly, man, I get it. I've lived and breathed and eat this for 2 years, and I know every fundamental aspect of this. But I think personally, you're still hanging on to the thought that AMC is going to be cash flow positive this year, and they're not.
Yeah.
It's just bad, man, because when this conversion happens, Aron is going to dilute everybody again, and then he's going to reverse split and then dilute again. So even if the company does go cash flow positive, your bag is never going to allow you to profit.
Yeah, and
it sucks, man. I wanted this more than anybody, but it just sucks.
And I'll just and you need to research. I mean, I don't think it's bad. The credit card and the popcorn are bad ideas, but you need to research it. I mean, people think the popcorn is going to pull them out of debt. ConAg is the #1 microwave popcorn company in the U.S. domestic, and they do $500 million a year in revenue at about a 25% profit margin. So even if they launch popcorn, it's going to be years until they see decent margins to take over that aspect. I wish they'd just do a licensing and sell AMC to someone that wants to put it on their bag already, like a ConAgra. And the credit card, they don't get the interest from the credit card. The bank does. And I forget the bank they're using. They're a pretty low-end bank. They're not a Citibank or something like that. So they get a fee for people that sign up, but they don't get the interest of the credit card.
What's your thought on the streaming and the possibility of them actually making movies? I think that's where the money would really come from if they do get into that.
Aron announced at the last earnings call that they're going to phase out their streaming platform. He said it on the earnings call. He said, we are going to probably phase out AMC On Demand. And then they started promoting it again later on. I was like, this is crazy. He just said they're going to phase it out, and then they did an advertisement for them and like Netflix or Hulu or something like that.
And
so the guy's like all over.
They don't have the cash flow to make movies either. I mean, they can't go and open a production company and they're not going to compete with Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, Netflix.
But they would also have the ability to partner with these guys. If they were to partner with them, that would be their best bet.
They do partner with them. They do. I mean, what was they launched the Kevin Costner, I don't watch it, Yellowstone. They launched the premiere on that. They partner with Disney. They do partner on those. And I mean, even with Avatar, they're not going to make any money. And that's another thing is people get confused when they see,
those big
Avatar
numbers,
does $1 billion in revenue. Do you know what AMC sees out of that on ticket sales?
Yes. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, they don't see hardly any of it. And then you talk about foot traffic. You also have to look at how the cost of tickets has been going up. So even though the revenue might be ticking back up, the foot traffic's lower, and that's their profit margin. I mean, that's where they make money on their popcorn at 80% and things like that. They need to get people in the door, and movies are slow to coming back. It's going to be a long haul. 2023.
Regardless of the
fundamentals,
making
money from this gold mine, but you'll be waiting for years.
Regardless of the fundamentals, which we have years to see still to make this profitable, it doesn't matter because he's diluting you so much that you'll never profit. If you're just here for the company to survive, good on you, man. Like, I put a lot of money into going to the movies and the stock and all this stuff, and the company's going to survive with or without me now. That's a guarantee.
And go ahead, Spence. Go ahead.
I was finished. But
no, go ahead.
He's created people into bag holders so bad that they're never going to see profit, even if AMC runs back to $20, $30 a share, which it won't, because they're going to reverse split it to 30 to 50.
Yeah.
And then they're going to short it back down, and they're going to sell more shares and do another capital.
Yeah, Spence is right. And the gold mine, people talk about they bought a gold mine. They did, and they bought shares in a gold mine that have collapsed since they bought them. But they own shares. They're a shareholder. So they're not going to profit off the gold portion of it. They're going to profit if they do sell their shares eventually or leverage them, to use as margin to buy other things. But, I mean, diversification is not bad. I just think people blow it way out of proportion. I mean, I hear people saying 80% margin on retail microwave popcorn. All I got to do is Google. Look at ConAgra. They're the number one. Look at their market. And then people say, put it in Costco. It will never be in Costco. That's not how products work in Costco.
I will say, though, if Diane Garrett joins this fight, if I see her be like, oh, I'm going to go work with the CEO block guys, I still like Hycroft personally for a year or two down the road from now. But if she joins that fight and that gets out, that's going to cause a lot of volatility in that stock. And I'm going to be watching it real close because her tweet the other day piqued my interest.
No, I agree.
Hey, guys,
and they're getting ready to mine.
Guys,
they're actually finally getting ready to mine if you look at where they're at. Their phases.
Hey guys, we got Miss Harris had her hand for quite a while. Miss Harris, sorry, go ahead, please.
This is for Spence. It's from David Newberry. He says you're at 8 million onto AMC stock. So are you increasing the float size of the company? So still you just add the two combined.
No.
What am I not getting here? Spence, can you help?
Yes. You're converting 800 million APE at, say, $1.80 into AMC shares at a 1-to-1 ratio. So the flow is going to increase to, say, 1.3 billion, but you're devaluing the AMC shares because the AMC shares at $5 and the APE shares at $1.50. When you convert that arbitrage value, that loss in value is going to contribute to the AMC price coming down. You are not going to add APE and AMC together and get your conversion price. APE is going to dilute AMC down in price. So that's, if you're holding AMC shares through conversion, your share price of your AMC shares you're holding is going to go down. If you're holding APE through conversion, your APE share price is going to gain in value as it's transitioned to those new AMC shares. So I'm guessing AMC is probably going to come around $2.50 to $3 once this conversion happens. So if you're holding AMC only, the only thing that's going to happen to you if this converts is your share price is going to come down by the full float and a quarter. Like, you're going to lose at least at minimum $2 to $2.50 on your share price. You are not going to add them together and get a new share price of $7. That is not how it works.
I just don't understand why he doesn't even have to go this route. Like, I just don't understand why he just doesn't address the naked shorting with like that special dividend like everybody else is doing. I don't understand why he's gone to this.
He's not here for us, man. He's here for the suits and the round table, the good old boys club. He's playing with the market.
Yeah.
Somebody probably came to him and said, if you don't play ball with us, we will never fund you any debt again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly
for anything
what
you do.
He got a tap on the shoulder and they just said, listen, we don't want to support your debt here unless you get all these apes out of here. It's just a nightmare for him.
He's also, if you look when he came into AMC, what he did from the beginning before COVID, he was all about running up debt to buy theaters. You know, one of his sons works for a distressed bond company. I mean, his loyalty is to retail as much as he could use retail to stay out of bankruptcy, which is still a possibility, but definitely when it ran so he can get rid of all of his shares, that they finally came to expiration date, that they were able to get rid of all their shares and dump them all. So, I mean, this thinking that he's going to, even if there is naked shorting in there and stuff, he's not going to expose that because it's against what he's trying to do.
No, I know. And you look at it, the way it was, like when AMC back in 2020 at the end of it was at like what, $2 a share? Like, you know, his shares were worthless, man. Like they laughed so hard all the way to the bank, and I just can't believe people are just following him like that, like crazy. It just
when AMC came public, gosh, when was it? Like 2015, 2013, whenever it was. The day they came public, they already had $2 billion in debt. You know, so they came to the market to raise capital to try to corner the market. You know, and I don't know, help the bondholders out, whatever, but. You know, people make it sound like this is a 100-year-old company. It's not the same company as when it first started. It's a differently publicly traded company that holds a ton of freaking debt and not in a growing market. I mean, I agree, movies aren't dead, but it's not a growth industry, you know, and that's where diversification is good. And I did like that he was doing some things, but, you know, the weight's too heavy right now, and it's going to take years, and it's going to take dilution to stay alive. I mean, he's got a huge cash burn coming up through the next year. He's not going to make profitability. So, I mean, he's doing kind of what he has to do to keep AMC out of bankruptcy and possibly a future company, 2024, 2025, that's cash flow positive.
Yeah.
But and like Amy pointed out, perfect, just the way he did it, it's not illegal, but it's just there's some really slimy things he did to use to keep himself alive, and then he profited handsomely from it all. Where we all got screwed.
Yeah, and they will wait until the conversion's done. All the RSUs they're going to be awarded, all those APE shares that they got, those are free to them. Then when they take them and the RSUs, they get their awards. And I mean, right now, look at who's selling right now. You have the VP selling right now. So it's crazy. They're going to make a ton of money off of this when it's converted. They're going to have way more AMC shares than when they first started. And 2 to 3 years from now, when the company does value back up, they're going to come out and sell at 10, 20, 30 bucks again.
Well, the problem,
but the retail shareholders are going to be stuck in the play because we don't get awarded shares.
And not just that too. So like, if you think about before all this squeeze stuff, before he diluted the stock, it was before COVID, there was times when it was a $30 a share price for AMC. There was only 100 million shares. So you're telling me that now, after this reverse split, we're going to be back down to 140 million shares. You're telling me it's going to go to 300? There's just no way.
Nope. And you just have to be smart. We all have the data, and you make your own decisions. Like Sugar's really good at pointing with the data, but you know, for me, it points the arbitrage play right now, and I keep posting. I'm looking for puts. And I actually set up my account for the first time ever. I might actually short a stock. I'll keep some long to hedge my bet because shorting is risky, but I don't see it going anywhere but down after the reverse split settles. There's no way.
If he reverse splits, I'm buying puts. That's the play at that point.
And keep watching as AMC's going up, man. I think I sent you a message that $4 June 16th is coming down a little bit. Still over $2, but it's coming down.
I'm going to actually the next couple weeks kind of step back a little bit on this, because people are just getting so irate But all I'm doing is putting the info out to let you know the scenarios. And T-Dog, me and him have been converging on the same exact thing every day, and it's great. The same exact thesis. You have several scenarios you could play on this to fix your bag, but you got to be willing to go out and learn and take a little risk and do this properly. But I'm not out here to convince anybody to do it. I'm just out here to expose what Aron is doing to us right now. Like, it's unheard of. And you guys know this. I've supported the company for over 2 years now and Aron until he got so shady that I just couldn't stand it anymore. I've never said a bad word about Aron, but I will come out and say that what he's doing is absolutely disgusting. The shareholders are going to suffer so bad with this conversion. And even today, when APE hit $1.90, I sold and I said, I don't even know if I want to play the arbitrage because I feel disgusted that so many people in AMC are going to stick with their shares and get diluted down to the lowest price we've seen in years. And I'm like, it's just going to feel, I don't know. It's just crazy, man. It's so discouraging what he has done when we gave him every opportunity to do the right thing. And you had Mark Cohodes out here with the T0 plan that absolutely would have ripped AMC over $100. It would have happened. We have a case study and it's overstock. It's sent overstock over $300.
Yeah, we goofed on that one, all of us back then. I had to ask Sugar to get Mark to get me unblocked me because I got all peeved at him because I was still thinking to the moon theories. But yeah, because there were synthetics and there probably still is naked shorting going on. But now with all these shares coming flying around everywhere, I think you did the math not too long ago. I think it was you, Spence, when we were talking that if you look at all the shares coming back in, it's almost the exact same number of synthetic naked shorts everyone thought were out there. It's almost the exact same number. Like we were throwing out, there's 2 billion shares out there.
Yeah.
You watch, it's going to be 2 billion.
PJ brought it up the other day. We calculated, we did the polls. I did several polls. Everybody worked on it with me. And we found, 2 billion average shares is what we came out to every time, even with the computer share poll that we took. So we said, okay, let's be conservative and say 1.5 billion. Well, guess what? Aron just put us at 1.5 billion. And he gave the short sellers 300 or more million shares of APE under $1 that are now going to be AMC shares at $3 that they can short.
Yeah, and
crazy.
It explains why, because I always thought it was interesting when he released APE, when I was still in favor of it, that it was only the new shares were only being sold to institutions. I always thought that was interesting. And why weren't they sold in the open market? The additional shares he was dropping, and so he can control it. I mean, the 66 to 50 cents he sold those shares for, and it's that right there should get everyone pissed. That one fact alone should piss everybody off.
I know. When that all came out, and he said it was going to be at how do you say a set price that he was going to sell them at. Like I thought it was going to be like $20 a share, $30 a share. Yeah, selling them. They're selling them at 66 cents, man. Like, oh man, I just don't understand it.
Well, it's because no one wanted to buy it. It's because none of those bondholders, like Antera, were going to buy it until it got to where they wanted to be. It wasn't on the open market. It was through, was it Citibank was sharing them?
Yep.
It wasn't through the open market. They were selling them to bondholders, and they were selling them to highly leveraged bondholders like Antera, and they wanted no part of it when it was like $8-9. I mean, they waited till it got to where they wanted it to get. And if you just look at the trail, that's where it kind of makes it obvious today how to play this out. But like Spence says, like the way my portfolio is set up right now with AMC and APE, if conversion switches tomorrow where it's not going to happen, I got to make a quick move because I'm totally upside down. But if conversion happening, I'm looking good.
That's why I've been taking risk, flipping APE. I flipped APE 4 times or 5 times in the past couple months, and I've been talking to Sugar about it. And we went from 60 to $1.90 down to $1.30 up to $1.80, and I've completely fixed my bag today. At the end of the day, I told people to buy the AMC calls when we hit $4, and nobody wanted to listen. And now I'm screaming at the top of my lungs to these AMC shareholders that are still staying strong, right? You are going to get diluted if this conversion passes. in my position, if I get back in an APE, I want it to pass because my APE is going to value up.
So
but that's what Aron did.
So you're saying that
this arbitrage is setting the community against APE versus AMC. So people who went all in on APE because Matt Kors said sell all your APE, they're going to get annihilated. So it's something everybody's got to decide for themselves. You got to decide how you're going to play the arbitrage. And I think he did this specifically because it's a little more difficult to play than the normal average retail investor would initially get into to make a play in the market. You got to buy, sell, play the arbitrage, understand it, instead of just buying and holding. So he's locking all his retail shareholders into this bag that could never be fixed. It's just gross.
I just want to say one thing. You know, I wish everybody can make money and, you know, not take losses. I don't want to see, you know, it hurts me to see when people lose their money. But at the end of the day, everybody has to do what's best for them. If you think holding stock in this company 2, 3 years, 5 years, whatever, you are okay with it, with the fundamentals, do it. Nobody's asking you to sell or, you know, don't do it. And, you know, if you are here to make money and, you know, swing and flip and, you know, it's okay to make money on other places. If you are here to make money, that's okay too. Like, we don't tell anybody to do anything. We tell, like, this is what I am doing. Spence will say, this is what I am doing. You want to do it, listen. You don't want to do it, don't listen. Whatever you want to do what's best for you. At the end of the day, that's all that matters.
And, you know, Jug, this is the other side of this. What PJ told me today, if you know this is coming and your cost average is within range that when AMC does value back up eventually, you'll get out, but you're planning on holding for another 1, 2, possibly 3 years. So there is that aspect too. There's a chance a meteor could hit the earth, or there's a chance that suddenly some hedge fund covers all their AMC all at once at $3 and it goes to 30. Those are speculative though. Right now, what we know is that AMC will get diluted on this conversion and the price will come down. And we know Aron wants a reverse split. So watching the vote, watching for the special meeting news and watching the vote is like the most important thing you can do.
So you think that Aron, when he's saying that, oh, when I diluted, what happened? The price went up. Like, how can he even say that, man?
I mean, the price was going up before he diluted on AMC. It was already creeping up and he diluted around $15-20 or whatever. So he can't say that that's what caused the squeeze. There's a thesis that selling new shares into the market allows them to close naked short positions and make them real short positions, which would value the stock up. But the statements that he has made on, oh, well, when I dilute, the price goes up, that is not a factual statement. You can't prove that the dilution caused that.
Yeah, you have to listen to his words. I don't think I've ever heard him say the dilution caused the squeeze. He says the stock price went up when I diluted. That's two different statements. Also, when he talks about retail, he always says retail owned the float back then. There's 4 million retail investors, right? Well, everyone assumes that meant everyone was like a quote unquote ape buy hold to the moon. That it just means there's 4 million shares sold or 4 million individual shareholders out there that weren't an institution. I mean, technically they're including themselves, right? I mean,
yeah, well, everybody keeps saying that. They keep saying this. We own 90% of the float. No, you own 90% of the float after the institutions, which own like millions, hundreds of millions of shares.
Correct. So like, and it's retail. It's not an ape movement that holds it. It's retail. It's individual investors. So you have to, I mean, look at that Connect number. Was it 890,000 members? That should kind of shed a light on, you know, I know it's not overseas, so maybe even double it. That's 1.5 million people. I mean, if you're not Investor Connect and you're calling yourself a quote unquote ape, it makes no sense.
There is no way that there's still 4 million shareholders. Like everybody keeps saying, there's 4 million shareholders. I don't believe that, man. I don't believe that anymore.
Hey guys, sorry to cut you off, but I gotta get to Miss Harris for her hand. But Miss Harris, just let me bring Froggy up because, you know, I really miss his calls and I'm glad, you know, he's here. Jeremy, thank you for coming, man. I'm glad to see you. It's been a long time, brother. How you been?
All pretty good, man. How about you?
Oh, good, man. I miss your calls. I got a lot of people, those who were asking me, like, man, ask Jeremy to do their calls. Your calls were really good when you, Spence, Miss Hess used to do it. And, people really loved your calls and, your input. So it's good to have you here, man. So what's going on, with we are still discussing all the conversion and everything. And, what's your take on all of this, man? I would love to hear that.
Well, I've had time to look at everything, and I mean, it's kind of hard to judge it because, like, I look at it from an investor's point of view because the goal is not to lose money, and so originally when dilution was mentioned, I actually shifted all of my APE into AMC and protected my APE shares value over there. And now I see there's a vote that's coming up here soon, and I see there's a lot of people debating yes and no. And I did a poll, and I looked at other polls, and it looks like yes is looking like a majority as of right now. It could change. I think the yes vote actually hurts AMC more, but it depends on how you look at it because there's pros and cons of everything. And a no vote would preserve the value of AMC, and it would kind of screw over that Antera or whatever it is, which is actually a short seller. So the goal, in my opinion, would be to screw the shorts and vote no, but then that takes away capital that AMC would need. But Adam Aron's not putting that capital towards debt or doing anything constructive with it. So it's like he had $2.5 billion and he only paid down $100 million in debt. That's not really smart dilution in my book, but it's in my opinion. So what I'm looking at is like what's going to happen down the road. And for AMC, the main goal should be, regardless of CEO, yes vote, no vote, and all that stuff, it should be to try to get back to profitability, because without profits, I mean, we're in trouble. And so like we have to start looking at, is it the movies? Are we not, like, are people not going to the theaters enough? Maybe we do need to get into that Investor Connect or whatever and start getting movies that way, buying merchandise. I don't really know exactly what needs to be done, but at some point, the company has to turn a profit, because if you can turn the profit, you'll get your squeeze. But it's just a matter of time. Look at Tesla. As soon as before Tesla even broke a profit, they were already moving up, and like once they got added into like the S&P and they turned the profit, it was pretty much all over for the shorts. They knew it. So that's what we're waiting for, is can it get turned around? Can it turn a profit? Is Adam Aron capable of doing it? There's questions in the whole thing. Is he working with shorts? I mean, probably. He's been around for like ever. So he probably has friends on both sides, but it does look like he's catering a little bit more to the suit side than the retail side, because we asked them to protect us and they're asking for a handout of shares, and he's been handing out the shares. And it's a tough scenario when you have to look at both sides. And then if you speak the truth, it seems like there's still a large group of people that think the truth is a shill. And it's like, like whatever happened to like doing DD and proven facts, like, I guess that's kind of irrelevant, but the smart people are awake and they want the truth. And they're starting to realize that there's a group of people out there that like to twist the facts to spin a narrative. And I got a term for it. It's called astroturfing, where they come in and they try to paint this picture that the grass is greener over here, so we should listen to all this information. And that seems like what's happening here. It looks like somebody created this, I don't want to say community, but they created this atmosphere, and they basically infiltrated the community, and they're steering us in that direction of don't question Adam. He's the silverback. He's the best CEO ever. But compared to what? I mean, I come out of looking at Tesla, and everybody knows Elon. The dude's a beast of a CEO. And then I come in and I start playing Adam Aron, and I'm like, wait a second, they're not even on the same page. the one hated the shorts and was being attacked by the shorts and basically waged war on the shorts, where the other guys like, we don't speak about this stuff.
Yeah, Elon just called him out again in his hearing just this last week. I mean, he said people wanted to destroy my company and they tried to short us to death.
Yeah, and so now I come from that standard, which is Tesla, and I come into the AMC GME play setup, like basically the meme stock group of stuff that we got to look into. There's so much data, so many stocks that are being abused. Not all the meme stocks are going to survive this downturn in this economy, because like it's not over yet. We haven't got a full Fed pivot. We still probably got one more interest rate hike before we can start flattening it off, if that's even enough. And then you'll get your bear market rally, which it'll be like basically a fake pump. It'll run up and it will create the neckline, and then it will probably pull back. I think we're kind of in that right now, but we haven't done a full pivot. We'll pull back down. Some people are calling for another crash. I hope that's not the case, because it feels like we've already dealt with the crash. I'd like to get back to the sunnier days in the market and green candles. But right now it does look like the bears are kind of running the show right now. And with the SEC letting the stock market be the wild, wild west, I mean, we're seeing all kinds of crazy stuff going on. We got what used to be conspiracy theories turning out to be a fact, and it's being proven in so many different fronts, which is also disappointing. It's like, what kind of world are we living in now?
And there's nothing good coming out of our government. Maybe besides the House being changed out, Pelosi is not speaker anymore, which is great. But I mean, we have conspiracy. We have this event after event with, now they're finding classified data in Biden's garage where Hunter lived. Like, that's such a big problem. If there's not some good news that comes out economically, like they expected inflation to grow in February. They came out, they moved the goalpost in January for the CPI because they changed the methodology on how they calculate it, and they changed the goalpost. So unless we see like good news, the market sideways, we're having a bull rally and a bear market, maybe sideways, maybe a little down. But I think the crash scenario is probably over, unless some big hedge fund blows up due to this naked short war and these guys going after these naked short sellers. If they collapse some big fund because they get caught, or a market maker, then you're going to see some downside in the market.
Well, keep an eye on the banks. Right now, they're drying up with liquidity, so they need money. And eventually, problems are going to come from, I think, banking first. And then I'm still looking at CBDCs. They're coming up here right around the corner. Probably the first quarter in this year, we'll start tiptoeing in the CBDCs. And I don't even know what I think about them things yet, because I don't want my money tracked, but they're talking about flat tax and stuff, which, I mean, it might be good. I don't know. I mean, you kind of want to test it, but I don't trust the government enough to give them a chance to test it.
The banks are the Fed's going to have to lower interest rates so the banks can give out loans, because in reality, the bank is nothing but a Ponzi scheme. They take everybody's money and they say they're going to give you this much back and you own this much. But if everybody went to the bank and pulled their money out all at once, there wouldn't be enough there for everybody. So the Fed's going to have to lower interest rates coming up pretty soon here.
Now, I'm not a very big fan of AMC Begum's, but what he was stating about getting out of regular banks and getting into credit unions, that's true. And it should be done, because, like, I think the big banks is part of the problem. I think they control a little bit too much stuff. If you're still in a big bank, at least pull your cash out, because if your bank is Bank of America and they're messing with your stuff, if you don't have much money on the table there, they can like rob from you. They're claiming glitch, whatever, but at least get it in cash, because then it's yours. It's basically like DRSing your money. You go and pull your money out, keep it in cash. So it's basically possession's 9/10 of the law. And if you have it in hand, then it can't get glitched and manipulated, stolen. Your account can't be frozen and all that stuff. And I don't know how many people have a safe at their house. You should definitely have a safe box to put your money in. But right now, that would definitely protect you and your spending power, which I don't know where that's going. That's what I'm saying is I think the CBDCs is going to be an FDIC insurance like covering, but they're gonna mask it in because like the banks are 90% broke.
Spence, go ahead, brother.
Oh, I don't know why I had my hand up. It was
I know.
but no, I agree with Froggy completely, man. Bigums is right on that. Pulling your money out of the big banks. I use a credit union. The big banks take your money. They'll be short a stock you own like AMC, and then they'll use your money in their bank, in your bank account. They'll just use it to show that they have proper collateral on their books so they can maintain their short position. So they're getting you on two fronts, because if that bank goes insolvent, not only did they mess up your investment position, but you're at risk of, having to do some FDIC stuff. So I absolutely hate big banks. Bank of America is the biggest disaster I've ever seen on the planet. And they used to screw our soldiers over so bad at Fort Hood. They would come home from deployment and there would be one overdraft charge somehow. And if you didn't correct it immediately, which when you're in Iraq, you don't have access to things all the time, suddenly you got $4,000 in overcharge fees. And my soldier comes up after deployment, comes up to me crying because all the money that he'd saved during deployment, he had to pay in overdraft fees. We went straight in there and we said, no, you go close your bank account down and you tell them to go F themselves. And we backed them up on that. Bank of America is awful. Like, I hate them. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, and when people say the big banks, even credit unions, what you want to do is make sure they're non-ISDA banks, which I forget what ISDA stands for, but basically ISDA banks is when they do the leveraging and they will buy stocks and not. So you want to make sure your credit union, which most are, but just make sure your bank is a non-ISDA bank. So you have to ask and they have to tell you.
Now, here's the thing about banks. When you put your money in there, it's basically not yours anymore. They give you a digital credit, just like what you do in the stock market with your broker app. They give you a digital credit. So somebody has control of your stock, same exact way. Like, these systems seem to be identical. It's just using a different asset, or, I mean, that's pretty much exactly it. And how you can get around this is, like I said, you pull the money out or put it in a safer place. And stocks are the same exact way. That's why I pushed DRS so hard, was because I believe that if you have control of your stock and it's not being lent, because if you look at it, people are always saying, where are they getting all these shares lent? It's because almost everybody's account is pretty much not theirs. Like, your shares are in street name. So they didn't lend your shares out because you don't have any in your name. So
and look at every time we pushed the DRS movement, man, both times the stock ran 30-40% afterwards.
It was just, it seemed like the more we pushed DRS, the more the price either maintained or went up. And I see people saying GME's not doing anything. Well, it's not going down much either. It's been maintaining for the entire time. Where AMC, the reason why it ran up in June, and I discovered it was Adam Aron locking in that 45-day theatrical window, which looked like it was promising, but it used to be a 90-day theatrical window. And when you take away half of like that Spider-Man movie that came out that we made a killing on, he was only able to keep it in for so long. Now, it does extend out if it's making so much per day, but on a 90-day theatrical window, he would have made even more money, and that would have turned in more revenue, more profit. And I think the 45-day theatrical window needs to be bumped up to 60, or something needs to be adjusted on I think it's the $50 million thing that allows them to keep showing it in a theater. So that's in order to get back the profitability, but I don't see him making any moves yet for that.
And look what Paramount did with Top Gun. They came out and they said, you know what? We're just going to leave it in theater.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because look at Netflix. They're starting to realize that if they show one of their created movies on Netflix and it premieres only on Netflix, they think that they're making more money by putting it in the theater. Well, it's true. We charge a lot more per head just to go and see it one time in the theater, where it's pretty cheap. You can watch multiple different ones over on Netflix.
Yeah.
So,
and I think Top Gun was on longer because I think Tom Cruise is one of the only actors that really pushes hard for. I think he requires his movies to be 60-day theater release. I believe Tom Cruise has some kind of clause on that.
Well, that's how the actors make more money, and I think they were trying to work around the theaters. And one thing Aron did do is he convinced these movie makers that the theaters were essential and needed to be in there for them to make more money, like the movie makers. But he didn't give himself a big enough piece of the pie to turn profitable. So that's where he went wrong. He asked for a couple crumbs, and he should have got a bigger piece of the bread, and he didn't do that. So I think he needs to reevaluate that or create alternative revenue streams to get back up there to profitability. But I mean, I could sit here and point at different things that he needs to do, but if he's not actively doing it, I mean, it just, where do we go from here? And you could see he's already dipping into the share dilution. And if that yes vote goes through, it does look like they're going to match the float of AMC and APE. So which means they would have to raise AMC's float up, meaning straight dilution. And I think he puts that money in his pocket too. Well, not his pocket, but the company's pocket. And that's definitely got me concerned because, like, that's been my whole fear the whole entire time was any dilution, because I know it stops any kind of forward progress unless you're actually spending it in a very good way, like what Elon did. When Elon took his profit or when he raised capital, he didn't need the money. He even said, I don't need it. But they say when you don't need it, just take it anyway. So that's what he did. And I thought that was the weirdest saying I've ever heard. But when he did his second capital raise, he made enough so he can open up 4 gigafactories. And it's like, okay, so he was getting ready for future. And then you could start speculating, because that's what the market does. They could say, well, wait a second, 1 gigafactory makes the company worth X amount of dollars. If he opens up 4 more, he'll be worth X about more dollars. And then that's where they got that super high PE ratio. And then when you start speculating at a higher number, the shorts that are sitting in there, they start panicking. And that's exactly what was needed. And if you look at it in the past, a lot of things that are done, like what that Tesla squeeze and even this play and some other plays, they called the retail investors cults. And I don't know if that's just something that they do to try to shake people out, but the people in Tesla weren't convinced that Tesla was a failure because they loved the product. And that's where it transitioned over here. And this is one of them things I'm scratching my head. Like, are we in the point of learning a lesson, or are we exactly onto something and everything's going to come around? Because all you need is a recovery on the play. And once AMC recovers and goes profitable, everybody wins. And it's like, can Aron get it done? That's the question. And I've been kind of going down that road of doing a lot more homework on him. And we have, if the economy was turned around and we started getting back into the bull market, you can pretty much anything would make money. And maybe that's what he's waiting for, is to survive the bear market, come out into the bull market, and hope that he can get back to profitability.
Yeah, and with everything that was going on, I would have rather he just come forward with another AMC dilution rather than issue APE. Because with APE now, the way they're going to convert this, even if we return to profitability, some people in AMC, the retail shareholders, their bags are going to be unfixable because they might be at a $20, $30 current cost average. But with the conversion and then the reverse split, and then AMC getting reshorted from, say, 30 down to 10, it's just so bad, man. So it's crazy to think that he actually did this. I'm blown away that he actually went through with this.
Well, I knew when the no vote went through for the last basically 2 dilutions. I mean, you figure that 500 mil that he asked for back when he went on a Trey show. Now, I think he took control of it and said that it was too close to decide and decided to take that off the table. But I think the no's were winning it. But that's my opinion on that. I think that a lot of people didn't want the dilution, and this one, like the one that went after that, where he was asking for a pay raise and more dilution, and it got voted down. Like, we knew that he wasn't going to push again for dilution until this point. And lo and behold, I mean, here he is. He's going for dilution. He pretty much announced it ahead of time, giving people the heads up, which, I mean, you can respect that because he was being honest about that. But then when he decided to peel off APE, like 38% of AMC, and he created APE, that was actually strange because, like, was he allowed to do that? Because he took and made himself a dividend that he could dilute and then put that money in his pocket. And then he said it was going to be smart dilution, when smart dilution isn't where you go and start selling it like 50 some cents. What was it, 52.50 or 58.50 or something like that? Some odd number low. It was lower than what the stock was trading at. And I right there threw red flags. Why wasn't he selling shares at like 5, 6, 4, even 2? He waits until it's at the bottom. We're always told to buy on the dip, not sell on the dip. And he's not even selling on the rip like you're supposed to as a swing trader. So I'm confused, but then I look at who he's working with, Citigroup, known short, and they're not really a good place to go through in the first place because they've been around forever. That was the old, what is it, Solomon? Is it Solomon Smith Barney or Solomon Brothers, or one of the old? They were considered the kings of Wall Street or something, and they were known for some real crooked stuff. And I thought it was just kind of weird he picked them of all people to go work with the dilution. And like, it'd be kind of nice if he would pick some people that were, you know, pro AMC, that wasn't short in the stock, or that isn't known for shady shenanigans. But then again, it's Wall Street, and it's kind of hard to find one that's not dirty. So, I don't know. The more I look into things, the more it just makes me wonder is, how has this been allowed to go on for so long, and it's never been checked by even like the SEC? I mean, I see West Christian starting to get involved, and that was the thing I was hoping for, because we need some expertise that knows what we're looking at, that is against what we don't like either. They'd be pretty much coming onto the team to help all the companies that are considered meme stocks that have been shorted. And it'd be kind of interesting to see some proof come forward. But it is disappointing that Adam Aron didn't come forward and jump in with the rest of the CEOs. And that's concerning, because like, you would think he'd be welcoming somebody to come in and help investigate and look for shorts. But there's also a rule on Wall Street is you basically don't bite the hand that feeds you. So I'm wondering if he's just being docile because of the fact that he knows if he goes against Wall Street, he could lose big time. I would take the risk if I was him.
The banks went to him and probably did what they did to Musk and said, stand down, or we're not going to fund you. We're not going to generate liquidity for you anymore.
Yep.
If everybody that's going to buy your debt says, you know what, we're never working with you again, him, his kids, some of his friends, they're probably never going to have a job again. I mean, he's a CEO, but he's subject to the market and to the banking industry for debt, for moving money, for liquidity, all that. But if he would have done this right, and this would have squeezed, and he could have raised billions and billions and billions of dollars off of AMC, AMC would have been an untouchable institution that he would have been the head at. He could have made so much money selling his stock. He could have turned AMC into a bank if he wanted to. He wouldn't need anybody, just like Musk doesn't really need anybody anymore. So
when Tesla squeezed, I know that hurt Wall Street bad, because that took a lot of money out from that side, shifting it over to Tesla, and allowed Tesla, which they were trying to, I think, kill off. I'm not exactly sure, but it didn't look like they wanted Tesla to survive. It looked like oil companies were trying to suppress that basically technology that was coming up. And luckily, Elon is a beast, and he works like 100+ hours a week and got it done. So here he is, and now he's doing more incredible stuff, which, I mean, just like Trump said, he's a treasure. And we're starting to see what appears to be the good guys are winning this battle against our own government and exposing it. And I think we should be paying attention to everything that's being exposed, because I think if they brought it all out in like one day, it would shock all of us. I think they're purposely bringing it out slowly so we can digest it. So there's a lot more to come. I can't wait until somebody starts talking about the SEC on how corrupt they are. And if anybody would do it, I'm pretty sure it'd be Elon, because he doesn't like them.
Real quick, I just read a rumor that somebody's talking Bed Bath & Beyond and GameStop merger. Has anybody heard anything about that?
No.
Oh, and now Matt Kors is out there tweeting that he thinks the SEC protest is the dumbest thing he's ever seen. So there you go again. Matt Kors, who came in our calls and told you to sell all your APE and only have AMC, has now been one of the guys to set people up for ultimate failure when this conversion goes through, is saying the SEC protests are stupid. The SEC protests are super important. It's great that retail is going with these CEOs to protest in front of the SEC, because they are the problem. The SEC is the biggest problem in the market.
Well, the problem with Matt's comment there saying it's stupid is the fact that we don't know if it's going to work or not. And anything's worth a try, because the answer, it's like my old saying is, the answer is always no if you don't try, kind of thing. And at least we're going to be making an effort. We're going to throw something at the dartboard, and if it sticks, good. If not, we'll pick a different thing and hit them from a different angle and keep trying things until something works. And that's what we should be doing, is trying everything. Throw the kitchen sink at them, and if it makes it squeeze, good, then we got the kitchen sink work. But do whatever needs to be done to get whatever results that we're looking for. And that's pretty much it. We know the company's been heavily shorted. We know that there's a lot of dirty people involved, and I can't tell if they're trying to destroy AMC, because it's very profitable to ruin a company, because then all them shorts, you don't have to pay any taxes on them, and you make a fortune by doing it. And so this has been the way of the market for a very long time. It ain't just AMC. It's just, there's a lot of them out there, and I think a lot of them have been pointed out. It's just a matter of who's going to go and break out the news. Like, I'm expecting Elon to come out one day and be like, let's talk SEC. And I'm like, oh, here it comes. I knew it, because that just like that one rule that everybody says, conspiracies, you give it like a couple months and it becomes a fact. Well, it's been a conspiracy that there's like naked shorts out there. Well, we all know that there's naked shorts out there, but they try so hard to hide it, so then we can't go and prove it. Wall Street would be toast if there was actually a real audit and an investigation. That's why they got everything set up the way they got it set up, to where you can't figure it out. Even if you know it's there, it's so hard to figure it out. I mean, bringing in West Christian, that's the best thing that we could do. I don't know if there's going to be lawsuits to come from it. I support anything that happens. And that's the thing, because he's been around this stuff. He knows what naked shorts are. He knows how the system works. And I'm already seeing people saying, oh, it's bad if there's a class action lawsuit. Well, maybe that's what needs to happen just to get the ball started. Go after the SEC. Go after some of these bad CEOs that aren't protecting their investors. Get them for fiduciary duty violations. Strip them of their money that they stole from retail. Then start going after these broker apps for doing different things. Like, shared lending is not illegal. That's actually like allowed. So they can share lend to an infinity, but not properly reporting the numbers and putting out false information. Well, you can thank FINRA for that and some of the SEC information. Like, why don't we know that the whole float's been shorted? you know you can loan up the whole entire float 10 times over, but you can't tell me that there's only 28% of the entire float is shorted. Those are all self-reported numbers. Like, I'm not sure which broker apps allow you to short, but if I was to get on that broker app and go short a whole bunch of shares, I still don't have to report it. And that's what I'm saying is how many people out there are shorting that don't have to report, but you know it's happening, and there's no way there's only 20% of the float short.
And look at all the stuff that we as a community have come up with ideas and new regulations for the SEC. And every time the SEC gets this regulation into the comment phase, like 13F2, short reporting, it gets delayed, or it gets taken down and put back up, or they extend the comment period or something like that. The simple fact that institutions don't have to report short positions right now is insane. They know all the long data, but you can come in and short a stock as much as you want and never report it. You could have a stock like Highcroft. Highcroft had a reported short interest of 1,100% at one point in time, and then they swapped it, changed it, and took it back down to like 18. So who really knows how much Highcroft stock is shorted? It's impossible to make a fair market decision with that type of behavior going on. They need to make everyone report the short positions just like they would a long. It's just crazy.
Well, how about this one? Does anybody know how many shares are actually held in street name at like Robinhood, Webull, E-Trade, Ameritrade? No, we don't have a clue. And that's a problem because we don't know how many shares are there. And what about beneficial ownership? How many people think they have a share and their share has been lent out to somebody else and then they bought it? Those are called beneficial owners because everybody thinks they have a share, but there's still only 516 million shares that should be held in street name, but all the lent out ones, those are beneficial owned shares. We don't even know how many beneficial owners are out there. And that's a problem because they intentionally set this up so you can never figure it out. That's why when I mentioned DRS, that would you go from a beneficial owner to a real owner real quick. And if you take enough beneficial owners and turn them into real owners and you register your shares, what happened to Volkswagen when all the shares got registered? Poof, it went up. And it was just that simple. And basically my thing is if you don't own your share and you don't have proof of ownership, you don't own it. Somebody lent your stuff out to somebody else to sell to somebody else. And now you have two people that think they own the same share. And it should be a crime, but it's a market mechanic. They built this system for them, not us.
Froggy, what's crazy too is the same people who are against the SEC protest were against DRS. They were against T0. They don't like cohodes. They don't like anything anti-Adam Aron. It's not that they, okay, like Jen tweeted earlier today, I do not support T0 in any form or whatever. She has no clue how T0 works. She has no idea. So how could you go out and say, I do not support this at all when you don't know how something works? But they're against T0. They're against the protest. They're against DRS. And it's the only action items that we've come out with that gives us the power to do anything we want to do with the stock. So why is this group of people always actively out doing this? It's A, they're either controlled and paid to do it, or B, they really are just clout chasers out here to try to get likes by pumping false bullish information nonstop. It's just wild.
My opinion on Jen, I don't think she intentionally is trying to mislead anybody. When you get your information from somebody that is kind of a little bit nefarious and you think that they're telling you the truth, you support that information as a fact, and it's not a fact because you know she wants to squeeze just as bad as everybody else. But when your information is coming from a bad source, you get locked into that little category of you're on that side. And
I personally think she's sacrificing what she knows as a lie for clout. I think she's more worried about followers. Maybe she's not aware the information is as bad as it is, but she will literally say anything that sounds more bullish for AMC if it gets her a follower. It's so bad, man.
Hey guys, Natasha's hand. Natasha, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So we talk about this because I'm part of the MMTLP community as well. And basically, what MMTLP is a run on the bank. So, Froggy, when you're talking about the system and how the system was designed this way, yes. And the only thing that kills the system is a run on the bank, because they're never expecting everybody to sell at the same time, to request their shares at the same time, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how MMTLP caught the system, was because it went private. So as long as it's like, amongst the publicly traded companies, it stays in the system. It's when it exits the system that there's a run on the bank and it breaks the system, right? And so, the MMTLP community talks about that a lot. But basically, the only way to get the system to like fall and to really beat it is, yes, everyone has to withdraw the shares from the system, and but it needs to be like at the same time. Like there has to be a run on the bank.
Yep.
So basically, it's in cash form, going and withdrawing all your cash. The first, basically 10% of the people that pull all the money out of the bank are the only ones that are going to physically have it. And then the rest of the people, they either get their insurance or those hedge funds and stuff get blown up. But across the board, it's the same system. If you look at it both ways, we've been kind of scammed on the banking system and in the stock market, and they both get fixed the same way. Let's go into crypto with FTX. Not your keys, not your crypto. If the stock's not in your name, it's not your stock. If the cash isn't in your pocket, it's not your cash. You technically own nothing until you take control of it. So all three scenarios have the exact same thing that needs to be done in order to fix all of them. And for some reason, there's a group of people that are trying to trick you into not thinking that. Well, why wouldn't a bunch of hedge funds go spend a couple $1 million to pay a couple people to go and spread misinformation? Because they don't want that.
And Natasha, when me and Froggy did the last DRS push, funny enough, everybody gave us a bunch of crap. A lot of YouTubers try to push Froggy off the stage. And then the next earnings call, Aron comes right out and talks about DRS. And we did another push and the stock ran up to $9. It was great. What we said and what you're saying about run on the bank, and I told everybody, the intensity and the volume at which people DRS is the most important thing. It's not just logging the entire float over time, because that gives market makers and hedge funds, brokers time to move their position. The intensity and volume at which AMC shareholders should have DRS'd should have been way bigger. But we immediately get met with resistance from these other groups of people who don't know what DRS is. We've tried to explain it to them 1,000 times. And the only thing they come out with is, oh, Citadel owns it. And I'm like, no, they do not own ComputerShare. Like, they just make this stuff up because they don't know how to talk about it in their space calls to continue the clout. So they just shut it down completely. But what we did do, and I'm super proud of it, is with the DRS push, we had the stock go from like $4 to $9 and gave people an opportunity to try to fix their bag a little bit. Now, I'll tell you right now, if all the AMC shareholders came out all at once this next week and DRS the crap out of their shares, AMC would go very, very high in price. It would probably hit $10. It's crazy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is Wall Street's actual grift, right? So the grift of Wall Street is to convince you fake things are real and that real things are fake, right? So as long as I see a number in my account, I have that share. It's real. It's this thing that's on my account, right? But I shouldn't ask for the actual certificate or the registration in my name, because that doesn't really matter, right? What's real is what I see on my screen. It's that same thing perpetuated all throughout the financial institutions, right? It's the same thing with money. This piece of paper in my hand is real. The screen, the number on my bank account screen is real. I shouldn't ask for it into my hand, right? I don't need to, because I'm looking at this screen and this number, and that makes it real to me. And so I feel like Wall Street has spent decades, almost centuries, convincing people that fake things on their screen are real, and pushing people into credit and things like that, and making people think that that's real money when it's just credit, and the things that are real to devalue them, right? So people don't value holding, their own assets. They don't value holding the paper certificates of the stock. They don't value holding, gold and silver instead. They value the number on the screen more than the actual assets. And it's perpetuated, over and over and over again. So, first they did it in like the finance system and banking, then they did it in stocks with the fractional reserve, stock version, and now it's in crypto, right? And just perpetuating the same grift over and over and over again.
You're exactly right. If you look at it, this system is basically built off the old Roman system, except for we went digital instead of failing at the physical form. And now we're about to go into a crypto form, basically phase 3 of finance. And so now instead of printing the money and delivering the money, because that's what the Fed does, which is inefficient, in order for them to print off like $10 trillion, that's a lot of work back there for them to print it off and deliver it and all that stuff. Now they're just going to go and type up some digits and send them by a wire. And so they've improved their system and made it more efficient, but it's the same scam. Nothing has changed. And you've seen how the Roman Empire fell. When people went to the bank looking for their gold and they had IOU paper slips back there, it's like, see, if you didn't physically have it, you don't own it. And back then, they couldn't back it up with anything. We got the illusion of FDIC. Why wait for your insurance to be used and hope you get bailed out? That's not the way I want to do things, is have to use the insurance. Like, I'd rather be in a safer place and not have to worry about needing the protection, because I'm like with the cash, you pull it out, it's in your possession. You don't have to worry about the bank closing. It's yours.
Yeah, well, you try and go to the bank. You try and go to the bank and get the money. Hey, did you try and go into the bank right now and ask for $10,000 in cash, and they give you such a hard time about it?
Yeah, that's because they ain't got it. They don't want to hand it out. They need that money back there for collateral reasons. And like that, I remember
if everybody went into the bank right now and demanded all their money, they'd be screwed.
Yeah, you would see the biggest margin call in history hit the market, like what Froggy was just saying. The banks need your money in your accounts. They use it on their books as collateral to meet their margin requirements. And if people went and took their money out, this whole market would explode. Shorts would be getting squeezed left and right, because Bank of America for sure would be in such deep shit. And we saw where they weren't giving people their money the other day. It was going viral on Twitter. They have such a bad book, and they're still holding books from 2008. They would get destroyed. But
again, it's bad when they can't fake the numbers in your account.
Yeah. And we've been telling people, don't use Robinhood, get out of big banks, do this, do that. And I don't know how many DMs I get a day from the apes, people still investing in AMC, apes. Oh man, my Robinhood position screwed me up. Why are you still in Robinhood? I know Sugar over there laughing.
Hey, don't be saying nothing about my Robinhood, okay?
Hey man,
wait, whoa! Sugar's in Robinhood.
You and Vlad,
you
Sugar
chill,
and Vlad.
Sugar. I'm blocking you.
Hey,
and Vlad and Ken Griffin, I'll go.
You know what? Hey, let me just tell you one thing. I made more money in Robinhood than I made on my Fidelity or TD Ameritrade. I got 4 brokers, so but I made more money on Robinhood. I just swing on Robinhood, like I buy, I sell. I don't like buy and hold stuff on there.
Spence, are you watching HLBZ?
Oh yeah, I do. I'm definitely watching.
I jumped into this. Make sure you're watching right now.
I actually didn't get my sell order in when I was talking to you about taking my initial out.
Oh, you dog.
Yeah, I know. So I was like, okay, I'll just hang on, and it's popping again. I'm hoping we see another 30% AM, man.
Well, what's this broker app you guys are talking about? Robin the Hood?
Robin the Hood.
Exactly, Robin the Hood.
At the time, if all of retail between GME and AMC would have left Webull, Robinhood, and all these bad brokers, went to Fidelity and DRS, this would have been done over 12 months ago. But people will literally come online, ask me question after question. Oh, this and that. Oh, the buy button got taken away. How do I do this? And I'm like, you're going to continue to get screwed every time. if you're on it, if you're in a squeeze play and it starts popping and you're on Robinhood, you are going to lose control of your investment. They're going to make sure of it.
See, I like to get ripped off the old-fashioned way. I just stick with Schwab and TD.
Yeah, TD and TD Ameritrade when what was it? Redbox was popping. They took away the buy button and they messed up the options chain. It was crazy.
They're brokers, and I think we talk about hedges and we talk about banks and everything. The brokers are just as screwed up. They're selling stuff they don't have, and if things run the wrong way and they don't have those shares, they're screwed.
And they charge you commission for it. That's the real grift.
And it's a monopoly too, because Citadel owns a hedge fund, which owns stake in a broker, Robinhood, which they use payment for order flow. So not only do they make the market, they trade on it, they also facilitate selling the shares to retail through their brokerage while they're getting paid payment for order flow. And I'm telling you, Ken Griffin put Bernie Madoff behind bars so he could eat up payment for order flow. And now I called it too. I tweeted it months ago. I said, it was like 12 months ago. I said, as soon as Ken Griffin said the word crypto, I sold all my crypto because I knew he was going to crash the market. And what he did is he went in after his political stunts had failed. He moved to Florida. He blew up FTX on purpose and then immediately started promoting the Fidelity Citadel crypto platform.
Well, Ken Griffin, when they were first pushing payment for order flow, he's on record saying it's the worst thing for the market.
Yep.
And they passed it. You know what? In his defense, they passed and he said, all right, if that's the game, I'm going to play it better than anybody else. I mean, you can't blame some of these things that happen if you don't look at the laws and the regulatory system. Yeah. You can't blame them for, hey, this is how they set it up. I'm going to win. I'm going to do the best I can to win.
And now he's going to be the king of crypto on Fidelity, man. It's so funny. They got in right at the bottom of the market. They caused this market downside so they could establish themselves.
I had some bills come up on a remodel at my house, and I decided to sell all my crypto. It was in 2021, and I got so lucky.
Hey, boys.
Man.
It was totally luck. I didn't sell for any reason except I just needed the cash.
Hey, Spence. HLBZ just broke 50 cents in after hours, bud.
Woo!
I'm seeing, okay, I must be delayed a little bit. It looks like it's getting ready to pop. I must be a minute delayed, but I called, man, this morning right on YouTube. I was like, look, we're going to test 50 cents today.
Just hit it 16.9% in after hours.
Watch it really close because we hit 48 and met resistance, but now that we're breaking 50, the RSI is still within limits. If this finds support at 50, the next big resistance, I'm sorry to everybody that's not in the play. I'm not trying to rub it in them. The next big bit of resistance that we could see the next run to, or the next old support, is probably, let's see, 50's cleared. There's a bid at 60, but between 60 and $2.39, there's like maybe 80 cents to $1, but there's not much in there. There's a lot of red candles. It's nothing but short selling. So if we get up and clear above 50 with support, we could see some major action on this. Well, if it gets anywhere near $1.50, I'm selling. Like I'm gonna go buy one of their little electric scooters.
So they just announced that they had hired Share Intel now.
Oh yeah, they did that this morning. Share Intel will come in. They'll put their proprietary system on the books. It'll monitor stock flow. It will capture any. I mean, look at the volume on the stock. That's a red flag right there. 5x traded on the float in a day.
And not just that, there was like almost 70% through the dark pool.
Yeah, it's shorts are getting pinched on multiple plays here, and it's such a glorious thing.
Aron would just jump on this train and just say something and do something, man.
I doubt it.
He's busy. He's busy giving lollipops, man. Don't disturb him.
Well, I didn't get no freaking lollipop.
I don't mean either. Only Spence got those goodies sent to him, all those tins and stuff that he whined about back in the day.
Well, I
paid for them,
get a
man.
fanny pack.
Yeah, sure.
He was. Shit. I had to wait 4 months to get my damn Thor hammer, man.
I have to admit, man, every time I was watching your videos and you were bitching about the Thor hammer, I couldn't drink soda without spitting it up.
I'll tell you, it made me mad because I saw it. People think it's not a big deal, but I'm like, all the people that went to see Thor in Albuquerque, went there thinking they were going to be able to buy some merchandise because they paid for a ticket. And we all got there, and all the kids that were in there thinking they're going to get this popcorn container, they're not getting it because the theater staff sold it all out at 9 a.m. in the morning, right when they opened, to people who weren't going to see the movie. Like mall collectors who sell collectibles bought like 10 of them. And I'm like, you just ruined the theater going experience for so many people. It's not even funny. So it wasn't just that I didn't get mine. It was that when you ruin a theater experience for people with their kids, they don't go back to the same movie theater. They go somewhere else. So, yeah, you know, maybe I overreacted a little bit, but
no, it was funny.
I get what I want.
It was funny. It was good times. And
okay, let me ask Jeremy. So, what are other stocks, man? I got some money on the side. Let's talk about making some money too. You can recommend. I know you know, I missed on the verb, and you know, if there are other stocks, like I bought that ALLR Therapeutics and Visa WISA. So, you know, if you got something else, I got some money, man, that I gotta make more money, you know, if you have.
Right now, I just bought into Mullen, and I got it at like 26 cents, so it popped up just since like Friday or whatever when I got into it. And I'm planning on holding it because it looks like it's going to go attempt a daily cross into like the next week or two. I wasn't looking to do a quick swing with it, but it's already made me pretty good money. And I was looking at, what is it? CR. Let me go pull that one up here.
Yeah. And you know, in future, if you see something like that, man, I told Miss Harris also, just DM me or whatever you can, man. I'm here to make money, and you know, I'm not here for like all the other mamba jamba, you know, gotta make money, man.
I'm looking at CTXR. It's Citrus Pharmaceutical.
Wait. Hold on. Let me open my Robinhood.
CTXR.
CTXR. Oh, Citrus Pharmaceuticals?
Yeah.
What's the deal with this?
It looks like it's like I'm waiting for it to pull back so I can get into it, but it looks like it's got a built-in squeeze play to it, and looks like it did just kind of recently shoot up a little bit. It looked kind of like a squeeze, but it didn't really squeeze. So it looks like it's going to pull back and then probably pop again. So I'm kind of waiting to see if it's going to develop or not. So I'm holding my gains on Mullen, and I'm waiting to shift to that one if it pulls back down to a reasonable price. So yeah, just keeping an eye on things.
Okay. Yeah, it just doubled it. January 3, it was like 78 cents, and it's like now it's in 3 weeks it just doubled it. 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's at the high side of the Bollinger Band. So okay. I'm waiting for it to pull back to like maybe $1.25, and then because anything that runs up like that usually pulls back, and I'm waiting for the pullback so I can get in on that dip and then see if it's going to take the next ride up, because there's a good chance of it popping a lot more to get back up there. Right now it's about to set up on a daily, or no, it's like a monthly gold cross, which means that once it crosses over, it could run for a couple months. And we're not into a bull market yet, and it looks like it's ahead of the market. So I'm kind of curious if it's going to run before the recovery in the market, or is it just going to go up there, fail, and then pull back? So I'm just watching for developments, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Yeah, just let me know, man, if you see or you feel something. You know, it's not like, you know, but I can look into it, and you know, Spence, go ahead, brother.
I was just about to tell everybody, I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'm going to take some profit. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to order an electric scooter from HLBZ, man. Because I'm going to hop on that, and I'm going to film myself riding over to the tap room, and it's going to be glorious. And I'm going to be like, hey, man, the HLBZ CEO and the GNS CEO followed me today, too. So I'm looking at their scooters. They just sold out completely on their pre-orders for their Wheels 1. I'm going to buy one of these things, man. I'm going to get an e-bike on this free money I made and ride it around and feel the wind in my hair.
How much is it, their bike? How much is it?
I don't know their prices, but, you know, comparable scooters, they can go anywhere from like 400 to like 800, 1,200 bucks, but I'm going to snag one, man.
I might buy some. I don't know if they have for kids, but I might just buy one for my son.
If I was living inner city, I'd definitely own one of these scooters. I'm gonna use it for fun. Just ride over to the tap room.
Yeah, but what if you get drunk and do you still get a ticket on that?
No, because it's not a gas powered machine. It's like if you had 50 cc or lower, you might need a permit or something. But since it's just an electric bike, you may be able to get a DUI on a bike in Albuquerque. But you know, the cops here are more worried about meth dealers and busting like human trafficking and stuff. This is the red light running state of America right here. So I think I'll be okay.
Miss Harris, thank you. We coming back. How you been?
Good. Hey, Jeremy, I didn't do Mullen today like you told me, but I'll get it. I'm waiting on the pullback, but I didn't get it when you told me to. But I'm gonna wait on the pullback.
Timing's always important. Sometimes.
I know, but I know when you told me I should have did it, but I just heard you said it's gonna pull back. I should have did it this morning when you told me, but I know you can see something else. I'll hit you up later and
what stock is that?
Mullen.
Oh, Mullen. If I see Mullen pull back, I'm gonna get some. That's. I was just looking at that.
He told me about that this morning. I mean, Ben told me about it, but I just didn't never pay no. I'm like, Then this morning he told me again. And I'm like,
Man, and you guys didn't even let me know. That's raw, man. Like,
I got him on that other one I told you about, the IS. Remember the one I told you you read on stream that went up 200-something%. I told you about it though, but you wasn't paying attention.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
I looked at it this morning real quick, and I didn't. What was that? INS.
It's Jeremy, I told you about it too, but
what's the ticker?
Yeah, you never.
INBS.
Yeah.
Never told me, Miss Harris, and I'm trying to behave here. No swearing since you started coming in my call. See, I've been a good boy, and you don't.
But I got another one. I'm gonna talk to Jeremy about this one later today.
I see how you are. Are you always?
Isn't Mullen though coming up on a reverse split pretty soon? Like they have a deadline with NASDAQ. I thought that was coming up soon.
I think so. I think they have to get above $1 for a period of time.
Correct, 10 days. And I think they're running out. I mean, I have Mullen, and when it gets to a quarter, I kind of buy some more. I kind of like that price, but just an FYI, it is due for a pretty big reverse split coming up, and those always get kind of nasty.
I'll tell you what, their car looks pretty nice.
Yeah, Mullen is a good stock to hold.
I bought Mullen for the battery technology when that test came back like a year ago from India, and it blew away everyone else's battery. But when you look at the CEOs, that guy's a little shady though too. I mean, I have Mullen, but I mean, there's pros and cons of that stock.
In the long run, I think it's way more valued than 30 cents a share.
Yeah. Well, and they keep hiring these former GM guys too. So
well, and they bought manufacturing in that other company, and they're actually producing revenue already, even not with the Mullen car. So I'm kind of curious. I can't find earning estimates, but I think they're getting close to being profitable with those acquisitions.
Well, right now they're trying to build that factory. They're just bleeding money, right?
They bought that one factory that went BK, and it's producing that other car.
They did do a pre-order of $200 million worth of their vans, though.
I think that in the long term, I think Mullen will be an okay stock to hold. From the levels it's at.
I bought it to hold. I bought it to hold long term, just thinking it could be out of all the EVs that are going to come and go the next few years. It looks like one that can stay, but they also have some patented technology. So worst case scenario, they sell things, or get bought. That's kind of my theory was behind Mullen.
Just their proprietary, their IP right now, and the CEO even said it. He's like, "How are we at 20 cents a share when our IP is worth hundreds of millions?" It just doesn't make any sense.
No, that's just the whole entire market being shorted down like the way it is.
The reason why I like it, I personally like the vehicle, and at 26 cents when I bought in, like I knew it was too cheap. Like I was eyeballing a quarter, and I was like, man, if it can get down to a quarter, I'd like to sink a bunch of money into it. And I didn't think it was going to make it down there because I seen people pushing it back up, and I was like, well, I have to get in at 26, and it's. Short-term play, it's good. Long-term play, I think it's going to be good too because you can't get it much cheaper.
I would love to see them come out on Twitter and talk about the CEO block and see what's going on with that. If Mullen came out with that, that would be pretty big too.
Yeah, and that CEO is one that I could see joining that naked short movement because he's pretty vocal.
Now, currently they're doing, from what I understand, like a world tour or something, and they're driving around showing off the vehicle, which is good. It's unlike Nicola, who was like pushing her vehicle around pretending it drove, which I thought was really strange.
They pushed it down a hill. My aunt and uncle, 2 years ago, right before I moved to Albuquerque, their investment manager was trying to get them loaded up on Nicola. And I looked at it because I was in Neo. And I said, dude, there's people talking about these guys don't have a working vehicle, that they're pushing it down a hill. And GM was going to do a big partnership with them. Oh man, are they so glad they listened to me? I said, I don't think you guys want to be in this. You want to be really careful. And then it all came out and they called me and they're like, you literally saved like a quarter of our retirement. So Nicola was a disaster. That's why I think GM should be offering to buy out Mullen, because they need this type of vehicle. They need this type of infrastructure. They've already got a couple big time former GM guys in there, and they need to fix their reputation with that whole Nicola blow up, because right now, what do they have? The electric Hummer, the electric Humvee. That thing's a disaster. That thing is terrible. So they're going to need a family car here pretty soon to compete in this market.
Exactly.
Yeah, GM's buying the APE. I've been buying some Ford on the dip just because of their EV push and presence, and it's so cheap. I'm not recommending it, but in EV plays, I'm kind of looking around, and I do like Mullen. In Rivian, I've seen that truck now on the street everywhere. I think it's ugly. So hopefully no one owns one. Sorry if you do. But the Mullen car is really nice, and I think they're trying to come in. It's kind of comparable to the Model S, and they're coming in under the price of Elon. And I think that's why Elon's kind of lowering pricing too. Because
I actually think Mullen looks better than the Model S. It'll be interesting. The Mullen car, I think it looks sharper than the Model S personally.
Hey, Sugar, I sent 2 things to Jeremy. Once he give me the okay on them, because I heard they were hidden gems. Once he give me the okay on it, once he gives me his opinion on them, I'm gonna send them to you. All right, I got Sugar.
Thank you. Yeah, don't be trying to put Spence and Jeremy before me. I'm trying to be good here. See, I stopped
I have
swearing.
to put Jeremy before you. He's the one who gives me the yay and nay.
I love you. I'm just giving you a hard time. But since you started coming in my call, you see, I've been very good on swearing stuff and not saying nothing bad about Adam Aron and about the cloud chasers. I've been really good.
She has definitely cleaned up our calls. I will admit that.
Yeah,
in a good way.
Absolutely.
Not you this morning, Spence. You were like, you wasn't too bad, but this morning Spence didn't hold back. He said what he wanted to say in the YouTube. He didn't care who got upset. He said, "I'm telling the truth."
I don't care. I'm over it, man. Sorry if I was swearing and stuff, but these people out there grifting, when I call someone out for a GoFundMe that seems shady, and then she tries to publicly try to cancel me, and then lo and behold, turn out, watch this, wow, the same crew that don't want, DRS and all that are anti-protest, and then suddenly Adam Aron is really just screwing everybody over. I feel pretty proud about that. So, there's some people that get on YouTube that come in and say some stuff, and there's some people on Twitter, and I don't hate nobody. I ain't got no beef with nobody, but if I see something shady at this point, I'm just going to call it out, just like everybody would try to call me out. So,
well, I think that this protest happening this week, with all this news coming out about these CEOs going after naked shorting, I think it's the best opportunity now to have this protest. It's going to bring the most eyes on it for sure.
Absolutely. Right when Madoff just hit Netflix too.
Yep. And I would so love to see a guy like CV Payne jump on this story and push it even more for us. Like, I just don't understand why people keep so quiet about it, man.
I said something and they called like almost a year ago, and people were like, no. I said, the only way to change something and make noise is the streets.
That's the only way these media or these people will talk about you. Other than that, you can have calls. Calls are good for awareness. But if you really want to bring any change, it always starts on the streets, and it happens on the streets. And, I'm glad that he's doing. And, people can think or say whatever they want. I hope it's peaceful. I hope that rally is, I'm not going to say protest, but I'm going to say rally, and I hope there are more of these. This is just the beginning, and I hope more and more people see that it doesn't take a whole lot to fight for your rights. It really isn't.
It's going to take more than just one protest. Like this is going to have to be.
I think this is going to grow. I think it's just starting.
I think so too.
What you guys are saying, everybody forgets the difference between reality and the internet. You can make a difference on the internet and you can do things, but in the world, in history, the physical presence is the only thing that is actually ever going to change anything. Your physical presence, being in front of the person that's robbing you face to face. When the people 100%. That are getting away with crime only deal with mad comments on the internet, there's no consequence. But when they are confronted face to face, they get scared. They have to physically be there with you. That puts them in a situation where their physical presence is at risk.
Well,
meaning then they are going to have an incentive to do the right thing because you can physically change what the outcome is going to be. The incentive to do the right thing is the most important thing.
If this was in the 1800s and you'd be going down to these people's houses and they'd be hanging from trees, man. I'm telling you.
Let them eat cake.
Jeremy.
Wait a minute, Sugar. I hope everybody asks Jeremy their questions because he's hard. No. He's hard for you guys to get a hold of. So
I was going to
ask him. I need to ask him why he's in here.
That's what I was going to do. So what's your opinion about this ape conversion and split? I want to listen to you, man. And you should come when you get a chance. So we might be able to help people, and maybe make some money. So I know you don't want to do these calls and stuff, but I always appreciate when you do it. So I really want to hear your take on this.
The worst part is telling the truth and watching people react so negative to like reality. It sucks because some people don't even want to hear the truth. And it's not you guys, it's just like the entire community. If I say, well, it's in the writing, it states that if you vote yes, Adam Aron's going to be able to dilute AMC. You're giving him permission to raise the float of AMC to match APE to put them back together. And that's a roundabout way or a generic way of saying I'm going to dilute AMC, put a lot more money in my pocket, and it's going to be at the same scale as what it was with APE, but they say it in a different way, so it sounds downplayed. So a yes vote right now would give APE value, and it would just basically steal a bunch of value from AMC. And a no vote, in my opinion, I think it's going to hurt the shorts more, especially Antera, who's got a bunch of money invested in hoping this goes through. But with them already assigning a bunch of yes votes, it looks like they're the tiebreaker, and they have a large poll to make sure that it goes over the top to get in there. And that's the crappy thing is, like, if that ever happened in a presidential election, people will be screaming foul. But we see it going on here with our conversion, and the vote hasn't even been brought to the table. I mean, it's the same exact play. It should be screaming foul, but nobody's doing it. And you got people holding AMC that are going to vote yes. And I'm like, well, wait a second. You're just about to go hand over a bunch of money of your portfolio by voting yes. So I don't think people understand what the yes and no really does. I mean, some do. Some are paying attention and reading stuff and doing their own homework. But the ones that are screaming, well, I'm diamond handing and voting yes. Well, you're about to give up like 40% or 60% of your investment to Adam Aron. And I mean, that's going to suck. And so either which way is basically a wrong answer, no matter which way you look at it, because a no vote cuts Adam Aron off of funding. And it puts him in a position where all the money he has left is all he has left. So then he will go in and pretty much blow up APE because he'll have no choice, take the remainder amount of money from APE, and then with his operating cost cash burn that he has, he won't survive too much longer. And that's an unfortunate thing that's on the table too, is without the cash that he needs to raise for capital, he's doomed unless he actually turns a profit. So it comes down to, is he really that good of a CEO? Well, some people think that he's the most amazing man on the planet, and they're going to find out the hard way that without a profit, it's just like a coach that can't get your team to the Super Bowl. Should have been fired. But if he can get us there, he'll be appraised. And is he the man that can do it? I don't think so, but others believe that he's the man. And it's, like I said, they don't want to hear the truth. They don't even want to hear the pros and cons or both sides of the argument. They stick right to, I'm voting yes. You got them people that were pro-dilution, and it's like so wild and crazy. I don't expect everybody to be on the same page, but man, there has to be something done different, because dilution is not the way to save a company. That's a way to basically keep it on life support.
Yep. Krusty, go ahead, brother.
Well, I see that everybody's saying this about he's the best CEO in the planet and all this. Like, what is he so good at? I don't understand. The company is in debt. It's on the verge of bankruptcy. What has he done that makes him such a good CEO?
So you are telling me you didn't get a lollipop, huh? You just mad?
I'm pissed I didn't get a lollipop. I didn't even get an NFT. Like,
the NFTs are worth more than the stock. They're still trading higher than the freaking stock price of APE.
I didn't even get any. You know what? Like you said, how they were late with the merchandise. Back 2021, I would have bought an AMC T-shirt. Now, I wouldn't even piss on an AMC T-shirt, bud.
Hi, guys. This is Elle again. Just a question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great, because I'm driving. I can't hear you very much. What about if there is an acquisition, like Paramount or Disney or all the rumors out there for an acquisition? What is the scenario in that case for AMC?
It could be good, but it's just highly speculative. I think AMC is going to be primed to be bought out after this conversion happens, because the stock price is going to be so low. So if it does, it would be a good thing.
Does anyone want to speculate on that, or?
Oh, she can't hear me.
Ellie, you can't hear Spence. You're going to have to drop out and come back, because Spence is giving you the answer. You can't hear him.
Ellie, just drop down and come back, or Froggy can give you a question, because Spence was saying you didn't hear that. But Froggy,
yeah, I guess no, I didn't hear anything, but I hear now, so I don't know.
So basically, the price of AMC is low enough that they could be acquired very easily at this price. Like, who wouldn't pay a couple $1 billion for a movie theater? Like, Disney's probably making $1 billion a year off of AMC. Who knows, maybe more. And it would be beneficial to one of these movie makers to go and buy them up. So I could see an acquisition definitely happening, especially if the price gets too much lower. So when he goes and, if we'll say a yes vote goes through and he dilutes a bunch of shares and on AMC, and it would drive down the market cap of the stock, it would put money in his pocket. He'd still be holding on to that massive debt, which would be offsetting to the price. Somebody can come in and work a deal with AMC to acquire a whole bunch of shares, which he would be allowed to dilute in the background. That's why he still has like 4 billion APE back there in the background. Once they convert, those become AMC shares that he gets to go and dilute the main stock with. And then when they reverse split, obviously you take a zero off. But he could pretty much just sell the company over. He would have enough shares to do so and let anybody that wants to take over the company take it over for reasonably cheap, I would think. And I don't know if that's going to be good or bad. I don't know how that changes the play. but that is a possibility, unfortunately, I think. But
that's just another reason why I'm looking at call options
Thank you very much.
post-conversion.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Such a difficult play. I can't believe this.
You're welcome.
So laugh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Harris, you got your hand up, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
this is for Jeremy. Jeremy, can you explain to them, like you explained to me, something about when it dilutes or whatever, something about the 80, it's going to go down to 880 something share. Can you explain that, what you was telling me about that?
Yeah, so right now, APE, now I don't know what the actual float amount is. For some reason, I keep coming with 880 million. I don't know exactly what it is. So I'm just going to use that number right now for just the sake of this discussion. So if the float is 880 million APE and the yes vote goes through, AMC is going to get diluted up to 880 million as well. They'll pair them back together at that price, at that point. So they'll just basically add APE to AMC, call them both AMC again, and the price will bump up based upon that. Now, when there's a reverse split, that 880 million float, they'd be basically unsplit from what it was. So what would happen is it would drop down the float down to 88 million shares. Well, that 4 billion shares that Aron has of APE over on the other side would convert down to 400 million. That's many times over the float. And that's what a lot of people aren't looking at, is those numbers that are coming. Adam has now found a way to, in convergence, he's going to be bringing massive dilution in the convergence to allow him to dilute the main stock upon the yes vote. That's why Antera got so many shares and basically designated them to yes votes to help push it along, so Adam can pair that back up and he can get basically a workaround that no vote and allow to have a massive dilution on the table for himself. See, the problem about bringing all the information out like this is, like, some people don't like to hear the truth on it and they get mad. They're like, oh, shill, you know, but it's just basic math. I mean, you read the documents and stuff and it tells you in there that the floats have to be matched in size before paired back together. And the only way that can happen is AMC has to be raised up. And the yes vote is approval to direct AMC dilution. It might not be called dilution, but raising the float is that's exactly the definition of it.
Okay. Now, can you also explain what you told me about once that happens, price, he can continue to do this over and over and over, and that'll take the price down to like $1 or $2 something. Can you explain that part?
Well, when you do a reverse split, the price is going to pair together, and then it's going to pop up in price 10 times the price. And then that will allow for more dilution over and over and over again. And it could, usually reverse splits, they get driven all the way back down at some point. And usually, like in this situation here, I'm hearing the craziest things about dilution. Like AMC Bigham's, for one, is saying that Aron's going to be able to dilute the stock and take $5 to $10 billion in dilution. Well, how's that possible? You got $3.5 billion market cap combined between APE and AMC. How's he going to take blood from a rock? It doesn't make sense. But this is the misinformation that's going around. And in order to dilute AMC down, or to take $5 billion from AMC, he needs to take over 100% of your investment from you, which is impossible. So knowing that for some reason we don't live in reality here on some of the things that get said on YouTube and stuff, it's such mind-boggling stuff. And then these influencer types that are putting this information out there, they run with this story until someone corrects them. Like, I used to message people and say, hey, that doesn't make sense. I gave up. I'm just like, let him go and shoot himself in the foot because he's not very smart. So I just kind of let it go. But the problem is now you got somebody wild out there telling all these weird stories and people are buying into it and they're fighting with you about it, saying you're a shill if you don't think we can get $5 billion. I'm like, I don't know, man. Do you ever see on Friday when she tells him to go get like smokes or something and hands him $1 and he's like, this isn't enough. And she's like, make it enough. And it's like, that's what they're doing here. They give you a $3.5 billion company and you got to get $5 billion out of it. It's like, yo, this isn't enough. It's not going to work.
You know, the biggest problem here is that when Adam Aron issued APE, he wouldn't sell any more APE to anybody in the market except institutional accredited investors, right? If he would have put APE out on the open market, retail would have bought it up at $3 to $5, keeping the stock price up, and APE would have stayed high, and he could have raised more money off of retail, buying the stock in a capital raise. Instead, he let the short sellers crush it and forced it into a position where it could only be bought by short sellers. He completely ruined us.
Well, here's another thing for you. There's a written rule, not an unwritten rule, that when you buy your stock in the stock market, you have to buy registered shares only. So you're not going to see a short running off the Robinhood and buying like 1 million shares because they can't guarantee they're even getting shares. So they have to go buy registered shares. So that's what you're seeing is they're going directly to the person that has real shares and says, hey, can we get those? And then they have to go file a form and register them. Why aren't we registering our shares and proving that we own them? We got them Trust Me Bros on them apps. And it's like, then we wonder, well, how come the stock price is going down? Because you're not buying registered. You're buying Trust Me Bros. And those don't make the price go up. So they take your money and they basically lend it, just like a bank. When you put your money in the bank, they lend it and they give you a little tiny sprinkle of interest. And then they go and make more money on your money because they think your investment, which is parking it, is a poor investment. So they go and invest it into something what they feel is going to make them more money. And then they give you a cut and they keep the difference as profit. And it should never be like that. Making the whole market go to blockchain so you can track and trace and prove that you own stuff would be the best thing to do. But they only want to do that with our money, but they don't want to do that with the stock market. And that don't make sense. Why do you want to track and trace how I spend my money and prove what I got and force me to pay taxes when you can't prove that I even have a stock? You can't prove it's in my account, and they don't want you to know the truth. So eventually this will all have to unwind in order for us to move forward as a country. And I really do see a lot of squeezes, not just AMC and GME and like meme stocks. The whole market's going to explode. Someone's going to get wiped out. And it's probably the banks and the short hedge funds. I think they're all trapped. I think they've been doing this for so many decades that there's no way out without filing bankruptcy.
Well, they're trying to flip all this bag into crypto is what they did. That's why the crypto market crashed. They're actively right now trying to crack their bags to see who's going to be left standing. And you know, one other thing that bugs me about this City Global deal Adam Aron did, Adam Aron could have sat on APE and come out and said, yeah, we're thinking about converting all the APE, which makes it an arbitrage play, which makes it worth owning. Adam Aron could have sat on the APE shares he had available to sell to create a bidding war on those shares because all the hedge funds who are short AMC want APE to convert just like Jim Chanos did. Instead, he brought in Antera and sold them at 60 cents. How is that even possible? He had all that APE sitting there that was worth at least a 200 to 300% gain for anybody that was going to buy it. Why wouldn't he sit there and start a bidding war? He made it impossible for retail to buy so there would be no FOMO. And then he made it easy to short. And then he sold it at the cheapest point possible so that the AMC short sellers could get out of their positions who are also long on the bonds. It's just an absolute disaster. And, you know, Cohodes called it absolutely, nailed it right on point. And it was great that he came and took his time to warn everybody before it happened. It allowed me to fix my bags, and it allowed some other people to get out before they had their cost average destroyed.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Aron still has 120 million APE left back that he could still dilute. I kind of wish he'd hurry up and get it done so then he could say dilution's over, so all the uncertainty can go away and the price can return back to where it should go back to.
I agree with you. I thought he was going to do that. Amy, that girl trader Amy, did come out and say that what she read in the 8K or the documents, that there was wording in there. I think the way she explained it was that Antera said, yeah, okay, we'll do this, but you cannot sell any more APE. It was the purchase agreement type thing. So I was surprised that he didn't start unloading APE at $1.80, $1.90 already this past 2 weeks, because he could have raised another $500 million off of it, unless he signed a deal with Antera saying that he will not sell any more APE until after conversion. So,
well, that makes sense too. I wish there wasn't so many of these little rules and stuff that you have to read all these filings to the T to find out and see how we're locked out of certain things. And because it seems like they're hindrances on benefits of the company. But I guess that if that's the agreement he had, I mean, there's nothing we can do. He's supposed to be operating in our best interest. And I sometimes question it myself. So I don't really know if what he's doing is a good deal. I do know he sold the APE at less than the market that the day that he sold those shares to Antera. And it was kind of a sickening feeling when you know that the price is oversold and then the CEO goes and sells them lower than market. It's like, where's the smart dilution? That wasn't very cool.
We would not even have known until it was too late if the MSM or whoever leaked the information that he sold those shares, because he immediately came out and tweeted once that information leaked. He rage tweeted. He threw a temper tantrum. He talked about Cineworld and Regal and how they weren't in negotiations anymore. And then they immediately filed paperwork on the shares they sold. He was going to keep that a secret all the way up to this conversion that he had diluted to Antera. Somebody leaked that information out.
Well, I think the information was going to come out because they have to file for that stuff and notify people on it. But the designation of the yes vote, I think, was very dirty because we know what that's going to do. It's going to impact the voting, and they have a large enough position that they're going to really persuade the vote. And the only way that we can offset this is like if the community comes together and says, look, we don't want the dilution of our main stock. We plan on holding it. And, you know, basically screwing the shorts that did buy into APE. But then the thing is if you're holding APE, you're going to hurt yourself by voting no. He did a perfect thing. He divided the community. Again, he divided the stock. And if you vote no and you're holding APE, you hurt yourself. If you vote yes and you're holding AMC, you hurt yourself. And if you take a stance either which way, you have the other side of the community that's going to attack you because they think that they're right and you're wrong. So he did a perfect divide and conquer technique. And then he's got his short company in there with a large position enough to try to push it over. So even if it was 50, it's pretty close to 50-50. I mean, it might be 60-40, but they still have enough votes for yes to push it pretty close to over. And that's the scary part. I mean, this is our Wall Street market. I mean, if they're a CEO and they haven't proven to you that you can trust them, like shaking my hand isn't going to be good enough proof for me that you're on my side. Like you got to take action. Like look at Elon. He came right on TV and said, you know, the shorts are in pain. You know, he didn't like the shorts. He didn't like the SEC. Adam Aron's over there just like, I don't see any naked shorts. I don't see this. Well, you know they're there. You said that they were there before. We've all been screaming about it. No investigation. But we got Nicole Kidman for $25 million. Could have got Wes Christian for a fraction of that. And that's where my complaint comes in is, you know, not really doing the things that would make sense to protect the investor. It should be number one. You don't want your investors to feel uncertainty or fear or upset or distrust. And you get all those feelings because of the inaction. And then he puts a T-shirt out there as merchandise saying silence is gold. Well, it depends. If you're actually doing something, silence is gold because you're working. But if you're not doing anything, silence is laziness. And we all know that if you want something, you have to just go out there and get it. And if he ain't going out there and getting it, and he's calling silence gold, gold for who? That's the thing. We're running out of time, and we only have a couple different choices. Turn a profit, DRS, make the CEO start doing positive things for the company, or replace the CEO. I know people are going to hate to hear that, but just like a Super Bowl coach or a football team, I mean, I'm a Cowboys fan. We didn't get to the Super Bowl. Who do we blame this year? Should we fire the coach? I mean, the kicker was pretty bad. But somebody's got to be to blame for this problem. And Adam Aron's passing the buck. It was COVID. It was COVID. It wasn't COVID. That was part of your problem. The problem is that theatrical window that you rely heavily on for survival went from 90 to 45 days. You shot yourself in the foot. So now you're walking around with one leg saying it's COVID's fault. And it's like, no, let's tell the truth. Like, you shot the company in the foot. You gave yourself a massive pay raise because when he first came to AMC, he was only making $2 million. Now he's making $20 million. And he says, oh, I turned down a pay raise. Well, wait, you're making 10 times you did originally. And the company back before was profitable. Now it's not. So my question is he worth the money? You got some people, they think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then you got the other ones that don't trust him. And it's like, how about proof of concept? Proof that he's a good CEO. Like, turn a profit, or at least have a plan. At least have some, like, I heard about the credit card, the popcorn that was coming. Well, the credit card should have already been brought out. The popcorn should have already been, we should already have a date set for popcorn. And here's the thing, we need revenue streams. Bring out merch. He's over there flying around the world with Disney and having a great old time. And like, this is going to be a small dig towards Boss Blunts, but ask somebody that's filed bankruptcy before on what they do before they go bankrupt. They usually spend a whole bunch of money having a whole bunch of fun. And I think that paying $100 billion of that $5.5 billion debt was just for optics. But usually they run up the credit cards before filing bankruptcy. And it looks like he's preparing for a failure because he's only got a couple years left on the table. The debt's being run up. What did he do with $2.5 billion? I mean, did he invest it? No, he just kept the lights on. Well, that's not very efficient. And so to me, it looks like he's running up the credit. He's not paying his bills, like his loans and stuff that he owes money on. He's just taking that money and he's doing whatever he wants with it. And instead of investing it in the revenue and different ways to turn profitable. So that's got me concerned at the fact that he's not very good with money and he probably shouldn't have any more of it.
Hey, Froggy Sounds, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
This is all serious. This isn't me shilling either one way or the other. I go over these scenarios in my head 15 times every day. If the AMC float is 500 million, right? Give or take. And the APE float is, let's say, 750 to 800 million, right? That's still 1.3 billion, right? And
yep.
And lots of people are claiming we're 4 billion sold short. Then how do we lose? Even if we reverse split. Okay,
so the number is actually bigger than what appears. When he split that off,
number?
The share's short because when he split it, the number actually technically doubles. Now, even though it wasn't an even split, it was like 38%, not a 50-50. It's still kind of the same thing. So, like, okay, so when there's a reverse split, it changes absolutely nothing on the short. We'll say that hypothetically there's 4 billion shorts.
Well, hold on. If I'm 10 shares short, and you reverse split 10 to 1, am I 10 shares short or am I 1 share short?
It's a ratio thing. So if there was 4 billion shares short, when you reverse split it, you just take the 0 off, and the same thing with the float. So the percentage ratio does not change at all.
Yep. So I went from being 10 shares short to 1 share short, right?
Yes.
If I'm short 10 shares.
Right.
Right. So if we're 4 billion short, allegedly 4 billion short on AMC, and however God only knows how many on APE, right? And then we add them together, and then we reverse 10 to 1.
That doesn't
how does that make much difference than where we're at right now?
That doesn't close a short position, though. The dollar value and the weight of the position is still there.
No, I understand that's what I'm saying. I mean, we can so if you multiply something times 10 and then divide it by 10, and it's a money wise, I mean, you're still in the same spot.
Exactly. I was just about to say, okay, so what I was saying with the yes vote, we'll say there's 750 million APE shares and only 500 million AMC shares. Well, Adam's going to dilute 50% of AMC with the yes vote.
Hold on. So then we go to 1.25 million if there's a conversion. Correct?
Actually, when there's a conversion, the floats they'll stay the same number. They combine the numbers together. They basically kind of unsplit or undivide off that separation because it was a dividend. They peeled it off and created it as a dividend. Some places call it a split. So the float doesn't combine.
Hold on, maybe I'm confused. If we have 500 million AMC shares, and let's say we have 700 million APE shares, right? And we're going to combine them. Now we have 1.2 billion shares, right?
Well, what I was saying is when they combine them, the floats will both be locked at 700 million, and AMC will get diluted up to 700 to combine them back together.
So you're saying they're going to do an average of the two?
I'm pretty sure when they convert APE, your new float for AMC is going to be like 1.3 billion.
You think they're going to come?
That's what I'm asking. I'm very confused about this, and I've tried to read stuff and I've tried to talk to other people. But I mean, if you have 500 million of one and 700 million of the other, and then you combine them, you have 1.2 billion.
Yeah.
And then if you do a 10 to 1, now we have 120 million shares.
Yes.
At 10x the price.
Yep. When
that's
they
how
convert,
reverse split works but they can't. I mean, I don't understand where it even makes any monetary difference. All we're doing is combining the floats, dividing by 10, and then dividing the amount of shorts by 10, and dividing the amount of shares we own by 10. So nothing really changes. Other than the price per share.
What he's doing by selling APE at 60 cents to someone who's short AMC, if anybody has naked AMC shorts and they figured it out, they come to Aron and they go, hey, we'll make you a deal. Let us buy all this APE because when it converts, you now have legally owned shares of AMC. What he's doing and what it looks like he's doing to me is he's specifically selling APE to people who are short AMC that are his bondholders so they can make 200% on their APE just in the value increase, then another 100% on the conversion, but it's going to create that 1.3 billion AMC float. Now, when they do that, there's 300 million more APE at a lower value than there is AMC shares in the original float. So when it converts,
let me break in real quick and ask you: Is the person that he sold the APE to, is that one entity? Or is that multiple entities?
It's probably multiple, but the one that's on the hot list is the Antera Capital, because he has sold.
Right? So most of the APE went to the shareholders, the original shareholders.
The dividends went to whoever owned AMC at the time, but all of the APE that was currently just sold on this deal, none of it went to shareholders.
What's the difference?
What do you mean?
The difference between the so the 700 and how many dividend holders there are.
The dividend holders, if you owned AMC, you got a dividend.
But how many people was that? How many shares was that?
That was 516 million. It was the same amount as the AMC shares.
What we're talking about now is 200 million, give or take, maybe 300 million maximum.
Right.
Of APE shares given out.
No. There was 516 million APE shares issued for the dividend that are now in the market.
Yes.
And now Aron has sold 250 to 300 million specifically to institutions.
Let's go on the high side. Let's say 300 million, right?
Right.
But if we fold that into the float, and the float is 4 billion, we're still 1 billion sold short at a 10-to-1 reverse split, right?
Don't forget the shares of APE that he has in the background. He still has 4 billion that he hasn't pulled forward to dilute with. So when he converts those,
I can't go on stuff that he hasn't done yet. I'm specifically going on the stuff that he's done. Right. So as of right now, we're going on this.
Here's the problem.
He may have picked the biggest enemy we had, which was Antera, maybe, or maybe Antera was the only one that stepped forward and said, "Hey, I'm 200 mil short on this, dude, and then I'm going to buy 300 million if you're going to that 800 and some million share count on APE, and then I'll be long 85 million."
I think what's really going on is the bondholders who are short the stock know who actually holds the big short book. So they came to Aron to make a deal and say, we'll help you refi your debt at a 30% discount if you bail us out with this APE sale, which is why he used a Citigroup to broker specific sales to specific people that he wanted. Because I would venture to say that Credit Suisse is probably the biggest short holder of AMC in some form or fashion, something like that, or BlackRock. So the bondholders that are friends with Aron that are short AMC, they're like, hey, we'll let you refi your debt at a 30% discount. We'll give you 7% and push it out to 2028 if you sell us APE under $1, so we can make money, convert it, and then cover down at $2.50 to $3. Once this is converted and AMC stock price comes down to $2.50, $3, they now have 300 million shares that they can choose to legally short, crushing the AMC stock price, or they can use it to cover their naked short positions potentially.
But after
the money.
But hold on, after the if we do the combination and then the reverse split, they don't have 300 shares to short anymore. They only have 30 million shares to short, right?
See, and that's assuming that the reverse split one passes, or if it's at the same time.
This is all speculation. We're all on speculation right now because no one knows what's going on at this point. I'm just trying to play these scenarios out in my head.
I think the idea that the reverse split is going to change the short position in any way it doesn't make any sense. What's going to happen? It's really simple. The APE converts. The shorts who made a deal with Aron are going to cover below $3 when the stock price crashes because we diluted the crap out of the AMC float. And then you might have a little bit of a run. But if it converts and those shorts decide to screw Aron and say, yeah, we're not going to cover, we're going to short even more and take it down to $1.90 or some crap like that, that's a really bad scenario, because then he's trying to reverse split at, say, $2 to $3, which only takes us to $30. I mean, it's just creating a scenario for the shorts to win no matter what we do. So
you lost me there real quick. So if we convert the shares and combine them, the combination does not require the reverse split.
From what I read, it does not, because they're going to be a vote. It's going to be you're voting for conversion and you're voting for reverse split. It would be in Adam Aron's best interest to time them separately, because if he does do the reverse split, I want to see AMC run to $10 to $15 first. Then he does the reverse split and AMC sits up at $100, because by the time the shorts come in to short that back down to 30, then he can raise money at 30. But if he reverse splits it at the same time and we only get a $30 stock price, they can pull that all the way back down to $5, and then Adam Aron's only raising it $5, which means he's going to dilute the crap out of AMC even more.
So I just wonder sometimes that maybe he is the good guy. Whenever this isn't a common thought on your space, but maybe he is the good guy, and he ceded to the worst of all the evils, which was Antera, to help pay off the debt.
So
let me ask. Antera makes money, but there's other people are still way short.
But he diluted us so bad that he's killing the retail stock price value for 10 years. Like, it's if this
not if he immediately combines them and then does the reverse split.
Now it's still, though, it's going to create such a bad bag. It's going to create, if he combines them and immediately reverse splits, then anybody holding AMC, they're going to get shorted, say from 30 back down to 5. So that reverse split just increased their loss by an immense amount, because they're going to be holding through that. The stock price, say their cost average is $10 and they do a 10-to-1 reverse split and your cost average is now like $100 or whatever, and it goes to 30 and they reshort it and you lose all that value. He's just bleeding the value out of the retail stockholders.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to play out these scenarios in my head.
So I got another scenario too, just from Mark's what. Let's say there are 4 billion synthetic shorts or whatever. Let's make any number, right? And
let's err on the small side. And say
let's do 1 billion. Let's do 1 billion. So
exactly.
Let's do 1 billion, right? And after the conversion, and nothing's stopping them. Like so far, nothing has stopped them from making 1 billion short. What makes you think that it will stop them from doing that same thing after the reverse split?
Absolutely nothing.
Exactly. So until and unless we have something concrete that we can fight these people, they can do anything they want. I mean, we can put 4 billion shares or whatever we want. And I'm not saying Adam Aron is bad for his company. He will do what's best for his company. But to me, I didn't just came here for company. I came here for myself too. I stayed for everything, but if I don't make any money, here waiting 2-3 years, and if these people can keep doing what they've been doing for so many years, there's nothing stopping them.
I agree. I don't want them to half my share every 2 years and then half my share every 2 years, and then 5 years from now I'm sitting here with 17,000 shares worth 50 cents a piece. That's not what I want.
Yeah,
I don't think any of us wants that. But
get ready, because as soon as the reverse split is done, he's going to do another capital raise and he's going to dilute you more, and then the shorts are going to come in and kill it. Imagine this.
Well, would he have to vote on a dilution though after that?
But at that point, he sold so many shares out into the market to the institutions who want to reshort AMC that they're going to vote for it. He's set up for institutions to own the company. And the bad thing is if this conversion goes through and it converts and those same shorts decide to use their new shares to short even further, and they bring it down to $1.90 and he reverse splits 10-to-1 at $1.90, that's a disaster. Because if we're only seeing a $20 stock price and he comes out and says, I want to do another dilution, shorts are going to come in and crush it down to 5. Then he's going to sell another 100, 200 million shares in the market, and you have just lost all your value in your AMC investment.
So I get 30. No, I get it. I get the numbers behind it. I just wonder about, if you're going to propose all those all those things, shouldn't one be contingent upon the other? Right. So if we're going to combine all the shares, well, you can't combine all the shares unless you're going to do the reverse split or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? There should be steps to the whole deal, and you can't just do one. If you have a grand plan of things, you can't just do one and then everyone else votes no on the other thing, and then everyone else votes no on something else, and then all they get is the combination of the shares, and then we have a float of 1.25 billion shares. I don't know. That might be the best thing that ever happened. I don't know.
Jeremy, go ahead too.
Yep, I apologize.
No. You don't, Mark. Don't have to apologize. But these are good questions. You know, that if we will not talk about it, how would we get answers? You know, we are all here for answers, man. Don't apologize.
No, these are questions that people ask me, and I'm like, honestly, I don't know enough about it.
Definitely. I want to hear what.
So I'll ask them.
You should. Froggy, go ahead. What do you have to say, man? That's what we are all here for.
It's about that time. I got to cut out here, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Always, man. You're always welcome. Anytime. So
yeah. Have a good one, guys. Later.
You too, brother. Anytime. You're
welcome. Take care. Thanks.
You know, I really hope that we all can make money, because at the end of the day, man, if we are not making money, then what are we even here for? Like, after waiting 2 years, 3 years, you know, yeah, we can save the company and everything. But if we are not making any money and we have waited for so long, then this whole thing, it's not even, I mean, I don't want to waste my, 2 more years just, thinking about maybe we will make it, stock will go to $100 and all that stuff. So I really want to see something happen.
The problem is that this whole play is put your money to sleep for 2 years. You know what I mean? Like you're not making any money off of that investment. Most people are red in this play,
unless you're playing the arbitrage properly. Yeah, and if you don't, you can't blame Aron because
I mean, just putting your money to sleep like in AMC when there's so many other things in the stock market that are going off that you can be making money at.
AMC holders right now, if you're only holding AMC and you get diluted and then you get reverse split and diluted again, you have to hold that for another 2 to 3 years. You're going to miss this entire next bull market run. While AMC should be going up in price naturally because of the bull market, it's just going to continue to get diluted for him to raise money because of the cash burn. But he's doing it at the lowest possible level. He keeps selling shares at under $1, and the products they're selling cost more than that. The NFTs they gave us are selling for more than 66 cents.
I have to agree with you there. With selling the APE shares at 68 cents was bogus. I mean, that was absolute nonsense, because I could have buy them on the free market that way. Why wouldn't they just go buy them up on the free market that way? There was no need to make a special deal.
He didn't want this to go to the open market, because if it would have, AMC would have actually raised money by selling APE, because retail investors would have created a market for it. It would have valued up $3 to $5, and we would have been buying those new shares at $3 to $5, and Aron would have raised another $1 billion or $2.
Here's a question I also had: if he wanted to sell 100 million, 150 million shares of APE, why wouldn't he just release them out to the open market?
Exactly. And at first,
and then as you increase the flow, yeah, we would have bought them up. They could have also, other people could have also shorted them down a little bit or whatever, and they're not supposed to, but whatever the case may be. But he could have released them to the open market, and we would have bought those dudes up in no time at all.
Because this is what he did. He made it a private deal only, so his bondholders could come to the table, get the premium price, and then he could go, well, yeah, we'll hook you up if you negotiate our debt out another 2 years at this interest rate, and I can come out and say I canceled $300 million in debt and look like a superhero. Yeah, it's great for him. If they would have done this on the open market, the stock would have valued up properly, and AMC would have raised another $1 billion, and he could have went and paid off debt. he's in bed with the bondholders. That's just what it is.
And Spence, that's to me, that's the thing. Like, okay, I'll give him a benefit of doubt on any other thing, but when you give hundreds of millions of shares at 66 cents, just imagine if Antara shot AMC from 30, 40 or whatever. Now they got hundreds of millions of shares for 66 cents. Once it gets converted, they shorted the living hell out of AMC and made money coming down, and now they're gonna they'll be good.
And now AMC is $1.90, which is where the short problem began, and it's a primo buyout for one of these companies. Say, what if Apollo comes back to the table and says they're going to buy AMC because all the stock's at $1.90?
Yeah,
he's setting up AMC for his industry buddies to just have a heyday with it, and he's doing it at the backs of retail, because we've offered as retail shareholders to help pay down the debt by giving them our own money, but we didn't want the stock destroyed in that way, what he did.
Here's a question. Can you reverse split those A shares before you combine them, or the preferred shares?
Yeah, he could.
Let's say there's 800 billion preferred shares. We'll split those 10 to 1. Now there's only 80 billion, and then we'll combine them with the AMC.
I think I'm thinking if you reverse split APE, you probably have to reverse split AMC too. I'm thinking, but
what was a dividend? I mean, I don't know exactly how it works, but I mean, dude, then he would make their $1.50 investment like everyone else's into a different value. That's a different story there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things he could do that he's not doing.
He could have easily sold, man, few 100 million shares at $5, $6, $4, $7, even $5.
Even $3, or even the going price of AMC. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It just makes me wonder when I sell you something for 66 cents, and then I tell you 6 months later, it may be worth $4. That makes me think something shady's going on.
And he sold those at 66 cents, not even a month after he told all of us that APE was precious.
Yep.
He told us in the earnings call, we sold $14 million worth of APE at $1.98, blah, blah, blah. We did it to raise capital to make our rent moratorium payments or whatever. And then he came out and said APE is precious and we're going to use it wisely. And he sold it all at 66 cents to someone who short AMC because he made some type of sweetheart deal with them.
Or at the expense of us. And like I said before, that could have been the best of the worst people to sell it to. Yep. Maybe Antara is trying to put other people out of business. And they're like, dude, we're not selling these shares. We're going to hold them, and we're going to hold them just like you guys hold them. And we're going to F the shorts. That's possible.
They are short though.
Well, I mean, they might be even now. How short are they? How short are they?
They're short AMC. They're long on the bonds. I don't know their exact position because you don't have to report a short position.
No, I know.
But if I was Antara Capital right now,
there's a question in your brain that says, "Well, how short are they?" Maybe they're only half short. Maybe they're only 80 million short, and they bought 160 million.
Well,
they're going to double up their money, or quadruple up their money, or 10x their money when they go long.
Here's the thing. Yes, they're going to have X many shares long. They can come out after conversion. They can loan those out to short sellers. They can cover their position.
Absolutely.
They can hold it and do whatever. They're going to make money off of it, though, which if you're an AMC short and you own a bond, you want to short the company more. They want to pinch Adam Aron for everything. They're squeezing Adam Aron.
Froggy, I'm just trying to pan out, or Spence, I'm trying to pan out all the scenarios where maybe selling these shares to these people was a good thing. I don't know. And I think we have to think about this stuff too, because sometimes you have a gradient of bad guys, you know?
Selling shares at 66 cents is not a good thing.
Was not an awesome. I agree, it wasn't awesome.
So
because I bought shares more than that, and that's fucked up. That's not fair, man.
And it's okay. Now, see, that's the thing, Mark. Like people, those who have bought, like I sold, like AMC, and I bought a lot of APE cheap because when Jim Chanos was saying, so just to give you an idea, when Jim Chanos, he's saying I'm short AMC and I'm long APE, and to me it made sense because these short sellers can get it for pennies. Honest to God, I never thought this thing will go to even under $3, because I thought, Adam will, sell the shares on the open market, and people will buy it up and will squeeze or go up. But so I bought it cheap. To me, it's I'm okay either way it can go, because I have doubled my money, and I've taken my initial investment outside, and I'm still sitting on thousands of shares. Just imagine if you are a short seller and you're getting for 66 cents, and you've been shorting this company from 20, 30, 40, or even $10. You made hundreds of millions of dollars shorting the company, and now you got the shares for pennies. Once it gets converted, you're good.
I'll tell you what makes me mad, though, is he sold those shares for 66. I thought it was 68. Spence just said 66. Dude,
60,
I think it was like 68.
Yeah, something like that.
I bought APE shares at $6.50
hey guys,
when it first came.
I'm going to keep letting this run for the thing of the space call, but I'm going to step offline a little bit, so I'll just keep it open so you guys can finish the space call out.
Mad at him for APE, because I know he messed us up, but I bought it cheap, so APE really did good to me. Just like if the shorts, they're buying it for pennies, they're really good. But people, those who have their average share APE for $6, $7, $8, or even $5 or even $4, if they didn't buy APE when it's cheap to bring their average cost down, once it gets converted into AMC, it's going to be a disaster.
I'm just mad because I paid $6.50 for APE back in the day, and now it's $1.80 or whatever the deal is, and I averaged all the way down. Dude, my average is like 99 cents now because I'm in deep on this motherfucker, And I apologize for swearing, but I'm just saying, dude. If I'm buying all this stuff down and I'm averaging down and I'm averaging down and I'm averaging down, and then you're going to give it away for 66 cents, that's messed up. But at the same time, I have to think, this dude's got to be smarter than this.
That's what's hoping, man.
I can't rely on him that he doesn't have a plan.
Let's hope, and
he has to have some kind of plan, right?
Go ahead, Spencer.
Sorry. When we told him that we didn't want him to dilute back at $30, we stopped him from being able to raise capital. So what's going on in his head right now, when you have a bunch of retail investors who are flinging poo around the room and won't let you raise capital, and they want to force a squeeze, he's going, well, we're not going to beat the market because the regulators are not on our side, and I can't raise money. I'm not letting the company go bankrupt under my watch. I've got to kick these shareholders out of here. I've got to get these retail shareholders out of my company so I can start raising capital freely and do this right. And then we voted down their pay raise. I didn't want dilution. I wanted a squeeze. Aron does not want to squeeze. He wants institutions in AMC. He wants to raise money. He wants to flip his debt, shop around, and he's not going to do it with apes. And the funny thing is, he's out there shaking hands with these apes, and they think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And he's slowly pushing them out of the company by dilution.
Yeah, but Spence, see, that's the thing. Like, some people will just, I hope I am wrong, and I hope whatever I called him names too, and which I should not have, but I was so angry to see that somebody given like 66 cents, like for pennies, and here people been buying this stock from say from $2 to $60 and come back, then they're buying, and he's giving these short seller companies for pennies. And I hope, like Mark is saying, I hope he has brain, like you say. But I'll be the first one to apologize in front of everybody, like, hey man, I'm sorry I called you a snake. But until then, his actions have always, like look at HYMC. Like, he bailed literally Mudrick Capital out of that, and people are still sitting with $2.30 or even $1.50 average cost. And it's this whole thing has been just actions speak louder than words. That's all I've learned in my life, and I still want to see some actions. Not just checkmate, pounds, crow soup, and now this new lollipop. I ride with you. It's like, dude, come on now.
No, at this point, I don't think we have much to lose.
No, we got no choice. A lot of people don't have no choice.
No, I sit here and I think about it, and I'm sitting here with my APE shares, and I'm sitting here with my AMC shares, and AMC went up today. That's cool. I even bought more AMC today, but I sit here and I think I don't have much to lose anymore. How worse could this go?
This could get much worse. After this conversion, if them shorts don't decide to cover, and say if they don't decide to cover or they decide to short more and they take this down to $1.90, every MSM branch.
What I'm saying though.
Let me finish. Every MSM branch is going to have an absolute heyday with this because we're.
No, but I'm saying if they combine the shares, and then they reverse split, we're looking at like $30 a share, give or take.
Yeah, that's horrible because that's
maybe 40. We'll see what happens.
Average.
But
Mark, let him finish.
How much more can they run it down?
Mark, let him finish.
Yes,
when it's done, let him finish, then you talk.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No.
You're good. So if they convert this and they don't decide to cover and they decide to short it more and they take it down to $1.90, you're at like a 90% loss. And then if Aron reverse splits it and we're only sitting at a new $20 share price, shorts will come in, hop back in at $20. They'll short it down to 10. Aron comes out and does another capital raise. You're sitting down at $6.
Spence, your voice cut off, man.
Yeah, you cut out, Spence.
Oh, sorry. They could short this thing back down to $5 or $3 if they want, because Aron diluted the crap out of everybody. They're still not cash flow positive. He just increased your bag 10 times and paid down a minimal amount of debt. So the only thing he could do is if it reverse split and it ran to $50 and he immediately sold shares into the market at $40, $50 and raised $3 billion and paid off the debt, maybe you see $200-$300 a share because of the value increase because the debt's gone. But the problem is nobody out there is going to come out and buy shares of AMC at $30 to $50 on the open market after reverse split, knowing it's going back to 10.
Yeah, the issue with the reverse split mostly is that the cost of per share goes up, and people are like, I could have just bought this at 30 cents a share. They don't, in their brain, they can't rationalize the price differential anymore. They don't see the float. Most people, that's the biggest issue with it is the mental to get over paying 30 cents a share to $3 a share. And that's what I wonder about too. There's all kinds of things we have to think about with these reverse splits and combinations. And if he's gonna, are they actually gonna do a 1-to-1 on the APE to AMC if the prices are so far apart? How could you tell me that you're gonna make one of my APE shares worth one AMC share when my APE share is actually worth what is it worth today? $1.81, and my AMC share is worth $5.65. How do you explain that to the people who own AMC shares and don't own any APE anymore?
You don't. You let your short friends get away with making 200% profit and then diluting your retail. Then you reverse split and make the stock impossible to buy for retail. He's pushing us out.
I just wonder when he goes to do the when they go to do the combination, if they're going to take the price into consideration.
So here's another thing. Spence, go ahead. I just have another.
No, go ahead, Trigger.
So here's another thing. Like everybody's saying, like about the conversion price and all that. What if your brokers, what if they do whatever they do? We even don't know what exactly the price will be. Nobody can say that this is what after the conversion exact price will be. So what if whatever broker gives you whatever they feel like, what then?
Hey, if you look at the 8K, Amy posted this along. This is T-Dog. The conversion ratio's in there. It talks about being market cap, and it's a formula, but it's in there. He's already told everyone. He just doesn't say it. It's in the 8K. Yep. It's already there. It's based on market cap.
Well, what's the formula?
It's based on market cap. So simple.
But T-Dog, the brokers been doing a lot of stuff for so long. What's stopping them now?
Oh, correct. So when it does convert, remember when APE first split? So say the conversion comes out to be 3 whatever, but they're still going to put a price on it from the market maker side. So remember when APE first split?
Hold on, what do you mean 3 whatever?
Well, remember when APE was supposed to be 1-to-1 and it never came out 1-to-1? It was like 60-40 or something like that at the cost.
Exactly. So what if he does, but when they get converted, like what if, if whatever the brokers give you, like these whole things, and if Adam does nothing about it,
well, that's why you have to be careful. And like Spence is pretty vocal about not buying APE over $1.50, because that gives you a pretty big 100% margin if things don't go shady. So if it goes shady, you're still in the green. You don't play too close to the too close to the fire, I guess you can say.
T-Dog, this is my thing, dude. You can't tell me I have 1 share of X. We split it into halves, and I have a share of X and Y, and then 1 share of X is now $5, and the other share of Y is now $1.85, and tell me that we have the same thing.
Well, no, you can, because first off,
no, that's messed up.
I didn't say. I'm not saying it's not messed up, but first off,
no, and I'm not saying that you said that.
It's not 1-to-1 anymore, right? Because he's diluted APE. APE's, I'm rounding up. I pretend there's, in my mind, I'm thinking because it's easier to do math. I think $1 billion APE and 500 million AMC. So it's almost 2-to-1. So if you look at market cap, Spence actually finally got me to do it simple. You take the APE price times 2, take it plus the AMC price, divide by 3. That's a ballpark what the conversion should come out to be. If it all goes without that sugar put, without getting all screwed up. And it's not right. I mean, it's totally wrong, but it's exactly what's going to happen.
No, see, I thought about that also.
It's not right.
Because we're sitting at like $1.80, and then AMC at the time when I thought about it was like a little over 4. Well, I don't know, But then APE ran up, and I'm like, well, maybe there's some kind of run on it. I mean, this is all, it's all crazy. It's a crazy thing. I know.
Check this out. Right now, if you opened a short position on AMC and tomorrow APE got converted and AMC goes down to $3, you're 100% on your short position.
Yeah.
This is going to help shorts in such an insane way that it just blows my mind. If you're short AMC and they convert APE, you're just diluting AMC. That dilutes AMC down. The price comes down. The short positions go in the money, and then they can cover in the money.
Yep. And you have to look at the market demands. I know there's a lot of push out there saying that no shares available and high cost to borrow is a bullish thing. It's not. The reason there's no shares to borrow and the cost to borrow is so high is because everyone and mother wants them. I mean, that's another reason I believe Antera picked them up, because now when it converts, there's 2 things they can do. They either have shares that they can just sell short themselves without borrowing from themselves basically, or loan them out and make a fortune. I mean, there's a lot they could do with those shares. Yeah. I mean, think about that.
They can make a killing loaning them out, which just increases the short book anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to sit on those shares. They're either going to short them themselves, or they're gonna freaking loan them out.
Lend them.
You know what I would do? I would push this conversion through, and then I would push the reverse split through, and then I would loan those shares out at 20, 30%, 40%, make a fortune, because when they short this thing back down from, say, 30 to 10, and then Aron dilutes, you're making
those shares are going to get gobbled up. So when the conversion happens too, we're sitting where you see maybe 0 to 200,000 shares available to borrow. When it converts, they could dump 500 million. Think about this. When it converts, they could dump 500 million shares on the market to borrow. Right at conversion if they wanted to.
What if they consolidated that APE back at AMC at 2-to-1, right? Turned it all into AMC, and then had a share buyback.
Well, they're not going to do a share buyback. They're going to dilute. He already said it. Aron said they're going to dilute.
Saying, what if they had a share? What? I mean, but we can't tell if he's trying to fight the shorts. So I have to assume that I don't know what's going on.
You have to take.
What if he bought back the shares?
You can't
with
assume,
the money that
you can't have him say dilution is good, and then think he's going to do a reverse buyback. Plus, they don't have any cash.
I never said dilution was good.
No, Aron said that. Not you. No, I'm not arguing with you. We're playing devil advocate, which is what this whole thing's about.
Yeah, no, obviously.
But he has no money. The reason he's got to dilute is AMC, even if everything works perfectly for them this calendar year, 2023, will not be profitable 2023. They're going to have a cash burn. So he can't do a share buyback. He's got no money. He'll go BK if he does a share buyback by the end of the year. They'll run out of cash.
What if we bought back 50 million shares?
That's not going to do anything. 50 million out of 2 billion. But it's all said and done. 1.5 billion.
He's made it very clear in his actions.
Well, not if they reverse split.
Well, you're still.
Mark, let them finish.
But then you'd be buying him at $30 a share, which he can't afford.
He's made it very clear by his actions that he is not fighting the shorts. He's not. He's helping his bondholders and he's bailing the shorts out so that they can get off AMC's back in the money, just enough for him to pop the share price back to $30 with a reverse split so he can re-dilute the long AMC shareholders.
You know what's ironic about to AMC was them shorting it down. Right?
Why is that the best thing?
Because then we all came in and bought it all up.
But if anything, that was the worst thing because it led
hold
retail into it.
Hear me out here.
Dude, you gotta let people finish what they're saying. You're interrupting like so bad, man.
Me?
Yes. Every time anybody starts to talk, you immediately interrupt them.
I do that. Go ahead. I'll cut it off.
When AMC, when Adam Aron came out in 2019 and said, "Oh, by the way, we got some short people, some people coming in short, playing some funny business with our stock." All of a sudden, this and that, AMC short, pandemic, they get shorted to nothing. Retail runs in and buys it all up. And if you didn't play the volatility, you're now stuck in the play and he's just diluting you, taking your money. If the naked short game would have never happened to begin with, it would have been a stable company with stable investors with Adam Aron doing capital raises every now and then like normal. We all got lured into this thing. People didn't sell at 72 or 50 or 30. They held all the way down to $3, which is what's getting ready to happen. So if anything, it was nothing but a trap for retail to get sucked into. And it happened at the same time all these brokerage apps popped up on our phone.
Yeah, and it was luck too, because think about, the reason I got heavier into AMC than GameStop when that all happened back in 2020, 2021, December, is because it was cheaper. And it was the same kind of theory behind it, the naked shorts and things. So you're able to buy a whole bunch more. I started borrowing at like $3, $4 a share of AMC, right? So we kind of got suckered into it that way. And then what really makes me upset, I'm trying not to swear if she's still there, is think about, he does his planned quote unquote estate sale, which is hilarious because he has other holdings. He didn't sell any other stocks he owned, but right during the run up is right when that all timing happened. So, it's all so fishy. It's also wrong. That's why I'm gonna have no problem shorting it after it splits. I hope it goes to freaking zero.
So here's another. It's very difficult to understand what's going on here. Because shorting the company was bad.
I don't think it's difficult to understand what's happening. I think it's difficult to believe it's happening. I think it's a big difference.
Well, no,
because it's hard to believe.
No, you're right. You're right about that. Go ahead.
No, and you're fine. I'm interrupting you. We were all just spitballing. I get it, but it's hard to believe. You want to think that. People in general are good.
Are despicable, and they'll do what's best for them. And that's why I thought this would be a good thing.
I really hope, Mark, I honestly pray and hope for everybody that it's good for everybody. Why would
I agree too. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why would I want anybody to lose money? Because I am here to make money. And that'll be the last thing I want to see anybody lose money. But up till now, I have only seen words. The day I see that words put into action and actually the checkmate pounce happen, I'll be the first one say like, man, I was wrong all along about about you. I apologize, forgive me, and I'll apologize to everybody. But until then, like we can say, ifs and buts, and we can talk about a lot. Now, there's another thing, like people, those who have $20 to $30, their average cost. I know people, those who have 40 or 50 average cost on AMC. For them, when the reverse split happens, their average share price has to be $300, $400, $500.
Yeah, and Sugar, I'm not. When I say I think most people are bad, I'm not talking about the people who invested with intention, with good intentions. I'm thinking about the other people who are involved with this play, because they're almost always have bad intentions.
But no,
their intention is strictly selfish. It's greed.
I agree with your opinion, but all the five fingers are not the same. Like, we there are good and bad anywhere you go, in the stock, outside, in a normal life, everything. But like, I am still hopeful and positive, because now I'm thinking about me, because my cost is really low on APE. It gets converted, I'll be good. It does. I'm not gonna wait for reverse split. I'm just gonna do me. But let's see if people wait for reverse split. Let's say if you have 10,000 shares for $20 an average cost. Once he gets reverse split, that 10,000 is going to be left with 1,000 shares. And want to make it even, your one share has to be $200. To me, I'd be happy if this thing goes to $100. But if it goes to 200, 300, 400, you know what? A better life. I don't care what Adam does or what. They have all made their money. Tell me whatever they want. They don't pay my bills.
Sugar, I get it, dude. Hey, what I'm talking about is who if we look at all the players, in this theater, who would you say are the bad people, right? Do you think T-Dog's the bad dude? I'm the bad dude. Spence is the bad dude. Even the people at APE Radio, they're the bad dudes. No, it's obviously we're the purchasers of all this commodity.
Here's another
thing. Other people that Mark, are doing nefarious things to us.
Here's another thing, Mark.
Yes, sir.
If like you see all these CEOs fighting for their company, you say that's a good thing, right? When the CEOs are fighting for their companies, right? Have you even heard once about Adam Aron, anything like, his company is literally gone to ground, whether it's share price or whatever.
Sir. I don't know anything about it. But
so if these other CEOs can openly come and fight for their shareholders, here you have the biggest army of retail investors, saved this company not only once, 2 times, 3 times, saved it not only Highcraft, like every single thing, like buying tickets to buying merchandise. The least that man can come out and say like, hey, we support you or something, but nothing. And that's
so why you say that, dude. I agree with what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I'm so confused with the way this thing is going on.
We all are.
How things are going to play out. That I don't even know what to think.
Hey, Mark, think about this. Let me touch 2 things Mark said. He talked about good guys and bad guys in the market. And first off, I want to make, I'm not for any like illegal manipulation and that, but honestly, these hedge funds, whenever they're making money, you're in the make money. And that's what a lot of us have learned over the last 6 months, that we kind of got bamboozled for a cause. So you have to think about investing, how to make money. Like I just was talking to someone on Twitter about my position on AMC is I'm trying to play the same way I think Antera's playing and the other ones are playing, because they have the upper hand right now. But the other thing too is the movement about making markets more fair and changing the rules and getting to blockchain. It's not just about AMC. So don't think about it just as AMC. And there are a lot of changes. I mean, I foresee we will go to a blockchain someday once the market gets to the point where it can do it. I think it's so screwed up right now they can't serialize everything. And also, I think payment for order flow was probably one of the worst things we ever did to ourselves to get quote unquote free trades. and that will probably go away someday, hopefully. So there is things being done. You know, you might not see it in the stock that you like, that you think is being manipulated, but I mean, all of us here, I mean, not all of us, because I know there's some that traded before, but myself, I've traded forever. I didn't know what a dark pool was till 2021. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know how the whole payment for order flow thing worked in the background. So we educated ourselves a lot, which, you know, can cause rule changes that are better to make the markets more fair. So, but, you know, thinking good and bad, I mean, yes, if someone's doing something illegal, manipulating the, you know, the short distort, all that crap, yes, that's obviously bad. But just because the person on the other side of the trade of you makes money, doesn't the good guy. You know what I mean? No one's good or bad. It's just about winning. So kind of think of the market more. I think
these are the people working to our disadvantage. There's X amount of people. I don't know exactly who they are.
Well,
right? So
they're
now
not,
we've kind of tried to.
But they're not forcing you to make the financial decisions you're making.
No, of course not. No, I make my own plays. I'm not single. Dude, this is one of my plays. It's not my own.
No, and I'm not saying it. And I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying. And I got in this argument with this person the other day who posted that they were pissed that their pension plan went up last year, which means they were probably involved with companies that were shorting. And I responded and said, dude, you're mad that in a bear market, your pension was increased because they made good investments? I'm like, I have no freaking clue what bizarre world some people are living in. You know?
Hey, T-Dog, I just want to say something regarding that other investment, HLBZ. Man, this Spence, that's holding it really good, man. HLBZ. We might see at 80, 90 cents or $1 tomorrow, Spence.
Glad you brought that up because, like I said, man, me and T-Dog have converged on the exact same thesis in a way, and we never really interacted with each other on Twitter too much before, but he come out, said exactly what I was thinking, what I was tweeting, everything the same, and we've come to the same thesis, and I've made some amazing money this past couple of weeks, which, funny enough, T-Dog's like, yeah, you know, get your initial investment out, right? So I missed it earlier, and I waited, and I just actually trimmed half of my HLBZ. I'm going to hold the other half for tomorrow to see what happens. But I had to secure that profit in my initial investment. So I still have 30,000 shares.
Yeah. No, I agree. There's another guy in this call, Cat, and told me to get in at HLBZ, and I finally did. He talked me into it. I got in this morning. I got in at a good price, so I can't complain.
Well, it's all I think of risk rewards, and one way I still trade risk rewards if there is a momentum play is look at the 52-week low and high.
Course.
I mean, if something's at the very bottom of their 52-week low and it's like 15, 20 cents, I could throw some money at it and watch it closely. So maybe get out, maybe lose 20, 30 at the most. But I think there's a pretty good chance I'm going to walk out with a little bit of a gain. You know, when the momentum
why would you not want to make 20%?
No, why would you? And I did the same. I actually got out a little bit quicker than Spence because my 2023 rule is if I do get into a play that runs fast, that when I double my money, I'm taking my initial investment out and then just play with house money. So I put in a sell order right at 42 because I was at 21. But yeah, and Spence, you know, I followed Spence for a while. I liked what Spence says. Sometimes I didn't like it. We didn't really argue. I think one time he banned me because I think we got in a fight once. But it's easier for me to go out and say things than Spence, because Spence does put himself out there. I mean, he's got his picture out there. He tells people where he lives. He's got YouTube stations that he's not making money off of, but he's out there more of a target. So it's easier for little old me to say what I feel. And I don't really care if people attack me and I can't get into Ape Radio or whatever. I don't really care. I'm just looking for a place like this where we can kick around ideas and make money. Like Spence, Sugar says, and Amy I know is on here listening, and Amy and I went out a long time ago, and she was right back then. I was wrong, and she let me back in her world, and it's awesome because she's a really good trader. I learned a lot of things from her.
Hey, Mark, I was curious what Amy did with her HLBZ today too.
Well, Amy, come up, man. And I gotta say, Mark, I just want to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
As much as we have talked here, if you can go to any of these AMC calls, Ape Radio or anybody, and just ask one question, like something like, it doesn't make sense to me, and you ask few more questions, let me know what happens.
No, I asked a bunch of calls at Ape Radio too. The only issue with Ape Radio is they don't like price targets at this, and then I'm going to sell at this. Radio is very accepting to stuff.
But do you know you are in my calls? You might get banned if you just hear, like, all the people, those who are here, you are on your own. Don't you come in my calls, the cult mentality, they will block you. So don't cut.
No, lots of people will. No, I know. There's people on here on this call probably who have already blocked me.
And
yeah, but
I'm just thinking, Mark, I love having people like Mark here because I want to hear all different points of views. Like when I was pro AMC the day when we were like going 30, 40, 50, 60, and I was listening to Ape Radio and some other things, and when shorts would come on, and people would say they're vocally short against it, and I think this is where I kind of was rude to Amy, and she blocked me, which I should have been at the time.
Never been short AMC, never, not once.
No. But I'm saying there were shorts or people that had a thesis against it, that this is crazy what it's doing. I wanted to hear those a lot of the times, and the other places would block them. I want to hear both sides, and Mark, you might have some things, and you made me think about some different things too, and think differently. The more different ways we can look at it and put our heads together, the better, hopefully the more chance we have of winning is. That's the whole goal of this. Try to get as much information we can.
I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you, I have a long AMC position, right, where I buy this thing and I keep stacking it up and stacking it up and stacking it up. And up until last month, I used to buy AMC after everyone pushed it down. I'd buy it down there, and then when it would run up again, I'd sell it, right? And then I'd wait for them to push it back down again, and I would buy more, right? And I'd stack up my long position. I've stopped doing that because I feel like it's counterintuitive to my own position, and at the same time, I'm not really getting that many extra shares. Like I would get like 17, 18 shares a week. Right? Because I would stack them up, sell, wait for them to run it back down. It might take a week. It might take 2 weeks. And I would buy some more, and I'd stack it. And then I could buy more the following week, and I would buy more. But I've stopped doing that. And now I just wait for them to run it down, and I buy a couple more. I buy 15 more, 20 more, or 100 more, whatever it is where I have the money to do it. But it seems now I have a position where, there's no... There's no indecision that I'm long on this dude, and I need them to do right by me. Now I don't know how that's going to pan out because I'm still questionable about it.
It'll work out, Mark.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It always. Amy, how are you? How's HLBZ? Are you still in?
Oh yeah.
What's the target? What we gonna do here?
I don't know what the target really is. They just closed out their pre-orders and they sold out. So, I'll be out of it before the end of the week, just because it's just a trade for me. But Spencer, ironically, weirdly, you and I got into Lisa at almost the exact same time today, and
I think you stalked my
really
Twitter
don't.
and you just copied my trades.
I saw your tweet after I got in. Let me see. I can actually tell you what time I got in because I told someone.
I'm not surprised. I bought it and I was like, I bet you Amy probably got some too because
I bought it at
the Twitter
at 15
feed was
cents. Let's see. I bought it around
same.
2:15ish.
She was watching my YouTube channel.
I really wasn't.
That's what it was.
I promise. But I bought it at 2:15, around 2:15. It's it hit right dead on 15 cents, and I was like, all right, I'll get it. So I just bought 1,000 shares of it.
The chart looked good.
Yeah,
the uptrend in the.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm watching WISA. If it taps 54 cents and breaks through, there's a lot of room to run up because there's just nothing but this crazy downside from 239 on the last pump. So I just trimmed half because it's just I'm way in the money. It's ridiculous how much I made on this.
You
I trimmed half and I'm going to gamble the rest.
You were talking about HLBZ, not Visa. You just said Visa.
I'm talking about HLBZ
yeah,
now.
Okay.
Let's see. Where am I on HLBZ? I'm way up.
I was gonna.
There's the risk reward is I'm 127% up.
Yep. I took 50%, so my initial cost is out and blah 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 and all that. and I'll let the rest ride because I like how strong it's hanging after hours. Yeah. And even if it drops 10% and tomorrow we run another 30, 40 and break 54 cents, this thing has room to run pretty hard. So I'll plan some more staggered profit taking on this as it goes up. When it nears, hopefully it nears $1.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how after hours does. I may put a trailing 10% trailing stop loss on it, but I'm not really too concerned with it. So just because, like I said, I have such a low average, so I'm cool.
Isn't this just the most comfortable play? Like, I feel no panic or stress or anything in it. It's just like, okay, we're going up. I made money. This is it. It's.
I mean, I think amazing. That as an electric, for what the business is, right? And he actually just tweeted this afternoon too that they paid off a $5 million promissory note that they had. So, for example, Verb, I was actually in that. Luckily, I got out before it dumped. Before they got pulled that dirty move in after hours today. So I got out of it, and but they tried to say that sorry, someone just sent me something really funny, that they were going after shorts or whatever, and then they just dropped an offering. So this afternoon they said they were going after shorts this morning, and then they dropped an offering this afternoon, which is dirty. But I got out of that, so I was glad about that. I don't know, I'm in boxed. I have calls on Rocket because I think it's going, it's got crazy. It's actually crazy shorted.
Rocket companies?
Rocket Mortgage. Yeah, Rocket companies.
Rocket.
Oh, yeah. Rocket Mortgage has a lot of volatility.
It's got a ton of short interest. So I have 950 calls on that.
It's because the housing market, I know all about Rocket Mortgage being from Michigan. The amount of loans that people are taking out are going down in such a dramatic way that these lenders, they're just firing people. They're letting all their staff go.
Yeah.
Now, if you buy your calls out for a while and the Fed comes out and says, you know what, we're going to start pulling back interest rates, Rocket Mortgage would be a good one in 6 months for sure.
Rocket's a good company, right? They're a stable company, but that one's just I think it's got 37% short interest. Sorry, I always yawn when I get on Sugar's call. But it's got
Sugar's boring.
Sugar's boring. No, 31% short interest. I don't know. I just, with the market squeezing and things like that, it's these high short interest plays are pretty easy plays right now because it's tough to be a short right now. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. I think that's all I have.
So let me ask you guys, both of you, what do you think about Visa? Where can it go? I have few people, asking me what it can do. WISA.
These are, I honestly couldn't tell you even what this company does, to tell you the truth.
If Visa hits 20 cents, I'm going to sell.
Yeah, same.
Profit. Because I don't think Visa is going to be like a GNS or an HLBZ as far as it's going so far. It's just a nice 20% pop. And you guys, today, it was such a quick trading day. It was so amazing. I did HLBZ, Visa, sold my APE at a really nice profit, $1.90, which is amazing. That's my 5th flip. And then I immediately looked and saw the SPY hit 402. I was like, I'm buying SPY puts. I ran the SPY on a put at 400 strike, and it went down to 400. I went $1,000 on the SPY. So it's just in and out, and then watch the volatility in the market. And as tickers pop up in my feed on this naked short war, like Amy said, the shorts everywhere are getting pinched right now. Unless you're short on AMC, then Adam Aron's making you money because you're profiting. But everywhere else, the shorts are getting pinched. The banks are having trouble. the markets, we're having a bull rally and a bear market. So it's an amazing day today.
So you guys think HLBZ can go to $1?
I think if it touches 54 cents and it gains some traction, if it hits 54 and gets smacked down, I'm done with it. But if it hits 54 and gains a little bit of traction, there's nothing between 54 and like, let me go back to the chart. There it is.
What, 89?
Yeah, 89. Exactly. Who said that?
Mark.
Yeah, just right around there. It's just
that was
a beautiful.
My spot. I thought 85 to 89 would be a good spot if I had to exit tomorrow, and I was feeling queasy about it. I don't know, then that's a good spot for me to get out,
If it's up 30%,
worst case scenario, you get back in the next day,
Yeah, if it's up 30% again in the pre-market tomorrow morning, I'm selling. Like all of it.
This stuff's off the chain. It is.
That's almost 200%, so.
This GNS and HLBZ and whatever else. I mean, this stuff's crazy. I don't even know what's going on with this stuff.
Everybody's trying to fix their short book because we're getting ready to roll out of this bear market, at least go sideways.
I'll take for lack of a better words, I'll take their fucking money. But I mean, it's a little bit crazy.
Look, just
very exciting, though.
I think
very
just the
exciting.
threat of we're gonna look into things, kind of like that's what I'm playing. Like it causes volatility, and so I'm playing it.
I don't know, Amy. I don't know if that's it. Because I mean, if I'm that set in my ways, and you tell me you're gonna look into my stuff, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but this is a group of CEOs making a coalition with filmmakers behind them, starting to look into this. The last thing you want when you have a massive short book and all this naked shorting is getting exposed right after Madoff hit Netflix and was a huge success is getting caught with that. So everybody's trying to flip their short books right now is what's going on.
But are they that short on HLBZ and GNS?
That's the problem. They must be, or it wouldn't run like this.
Yeah, it makes you wonder because there was a guy on another space call today who was saying GNS was only 0.23% shorted.
That's self-reported, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, and that's what I told him. I said they freaking lie, and he's like, "Well, that's what it says on the books." I'm like, "Well, dude,
HLBZ,
they lie."
HLBZ IPO'd at over $10 and was trading at 41 at one point, and it did nothing but go down all the way to 11 cents. That's shorting. This company has a product and a service, and they're selling it, and they're active, and they're not looking at bankruptcy. This should not be trading at 11 cents.
Yeah,
well, and it ain't anymore.
Spence, that's one of like in big cities and stuff. I mean, they a lot of, you just said what they sold out.
Their pre-orders for their Wheels 1 is sold out. But like here, you go to Santa Fe, there's bikes to rent everywhere. People want that publicly accessible transportation in inner city. And with the big EV push, these electric bikes and scooters that you can rent downtown, that's phenomenal, man, especially for big inner cities.
No, I like it. I love it. I love it. Especially if they can make it inexpensive. If they can make a scooter at a price that's reliable and inexpensive, and at the same time, Spence and everyone else can ride around their town for a reasonable price, dude, that makes it easy. You lock it back up, you leave it wherever it is. You went to the Five Hands pub or whatever the deal is. You ride it back home if that's what it takes, and then you dump it off in front of your spot, and they come pick it up, or someone else rents it the next day. I think that's awesome. I think it's an awesome idea. I just don't know how it works some places, Like, you can't do that in St. Louis. They just steal them. They steal them, and they bypass the
What other place you are looking, like what other companies you're looking at? Let's talk about making money here.
Pay for her Discord and she'll tell you.
I don't have a Discord.
She don't have one.
I mean, I have like a Discord with my friends, but we don't know.
I'm joking. It's a joke.
We already know there's like ways, and they just. Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close down. I'm gonna get ready for my evening. I gotta play with my dog a little bit. Thank you for commenting. Please like and sub. If you guys want, go to Twitter, go to the space call. It's gonna stay open. I need to go take a break today. It was crazy. So hope you guys all made some money. Have a good night. Bryce next.